Welcome to One World Radio Station.
Beyond these walls, there's a whole world that's spinning, and they say it's all about losing and winning, but I know that's a lie. This is only the beginning, and the future is in our hands. We're building a place where everyone can belong, woven together like the notes of a song. I'll open my mind, open my heart, find a way to play my part. I'm gonna open my mind, open my heart, find a way to play my part in building a place where everyone can belong. Au-delà des couleurs, au-delà des noms, nous ne sommes qu'un. Nous nous rassemblons, nous sommes l'humanité, pas les riches et les pauvres, et la terre n'est qu'un seul pays. Chacun trouve sa place dans ce monde que nous créons, tous en harmonie comme les notes d'une chanson. J'ouvre mon cœur, j'ouvre mon esprit, trouve un moyen d'y prendre parti. J'ouvre mon cœur, j'ouvre mon esprit, trouve un moyen d'y prendre parti. Chacun trouve sa place dans ce monde que nous créons. Woven together like the notes of a song. I'll open up my mind, open up my heart. I can find a way that I can play my part in building a place where everyone can belong. So we're building a place where everyone, building a place where everyone, building a place where everyone can belong.
This is OWRS.
Global initiatives like the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development find their true impact when they are translated into action at the grassroots by local actors. As Ban Ki-moon wrote, "If we are to succeed, the new agenda cannot remain the exclusive domain of institutions and governments. It must be embraced by people." This process of localizing global plans has been a focus of the worldwide Baha'i community in recent years. Its members have sought to learn how the contributions of diverse populations, each with its own circumstances and realities, can be harmonized into one coherent movement forward.
So if we want to think about an irrepressible movement, I guess an example is how the human body grows. How that growth takes place, how different cells in the body learns its own responsibility and then applies it for the continued health of the body. The same way, in the community, every individual, every member of the community, every institution has to learn what are those responsibilities and role each one has to play, and contributing to that vision for a healthy body, a healthy community, and advancing civilization. And where we see this happening, there is complete joy in the community. There is complete joy of the people as well.
يتحدث الجنس البشري مع اختلاف ثقافاتهم، مع اختلاف خلفياتهم وقبائلهم وأعراقهم وثقافاتهم، فتحتاج إلى مبادئ تجمع الكل.
We still have racism around, black against whites, but even different nationalities. But then, we all come together and we have this bond, and that is like to bring unity into this community and to the world.
So we understand that we are one. And as we understand that we are one, then we have to work for that oneness. So in the process of working for that oneness, we serve others, we help others.
The community is always concerned about the development of spiritual and material aspects. If anyone's willing to start any project, we have to, discuss together what are the benefits of such projects in both aspects, both spiritual and material. We apply whatever we learn and help our community to, progress.
Cuando un grupo se levanta y empieza a proyectar ciertos cambios, ¿sí?, en su comportamiento, en la manera de relacionarse, en cómo conversan, en cómo sirven a los demás, en cuáles son las aspiraciones y propósitos en su vida, de repente la cultura de ese lugar empieza a transformarse.
Quand la population commence à voir comment elle-même peut se prendre en charge du point de vue, se développer du point de vue spirituel, du point de vue social, du point de vue intellectuel, nous allons amener la véritable, ou bien une véritable compréhension sur le développement communautaire.
Around the world, Baha'is are learning about translating principles they believe in, such as the oneness of humankind or the centrality of selfless service to others, into action at the local level. These efforts, like those of the United Nations, are most effective when local communities are embraced, not simply as executors of plans, but as capable partners in a shared process of learning and exploration.
You are listening to OWRS.
The world has become so confusing. It's hard to tell right from wrong. Seems like anything goes and everything goes, but where do you go to find answers clear and strong? My heart has discovered something much better than what's been seen. So leave the past behind and seek until you find that new light that is beckoning. eyes have shown us there is a way to be. Oh, but we just left and looked the other way, or changed what they had to say to serve our selfish ways. Oh, there is a new light shining, even though clouds obscure, like it's been said before, for those with eyes to see, we don't have to be lost anymore. There is a new light that's shining, even though clouds obscure, like it's been said before, for those with eyes to see, we don't have to be lost anymore.
Contact us by email at info@oneworldradiostation.org.
Okay, so from the weeds that we've picked, what are the names of these species?
Can even tell us?
The farmers donate their local seed, and we plant them here, and we start with the local community, so that there's no over dependence on certified seed. So these people are seeing here, the promoters in agriculture. So for us, we believe in theory and practice.
There's various types of socioeconomic development efforts, from very simple, small scale, all the way up to more complex and sophisticated activities. One of the most prominent examples are from junior youth groups, where groups of young people are studying certain materials and they look around their community and they see, well, what can we do to carry out some concrete actions to help our community to advance?
شبراخ كافيه جاءت هذه الفكرة من خلال برنامج شباب الناشئ، باعتبار أن الشباب الناشئ من عمر 11 إلى عمر 15 هم ناس مندمجين في المدارس وتعلموا اللغة بشكل قياسي وشكل قصير، ومن خلالها يقدرون يتعلمون أنهم يخدمون الناس اللي كبار في السن، الناس اللي صعب عليهم يتعلمون اللغة.
Bu jamiyatning har bir qismida, har bir rivojlanishida ham ayol va ham erkaklar teng hisoblanamiz. Bu biz erishayotgan natijalarning barchasi hammamizga tegishli. Nafaqat bizni qishlog'imizga, balki butun bir dunyodagi hamma xalqlarga tegishli deb o'ylayman.
There's a lot of principles and concepts that were introduced through the teaching of the faith to the society, and it's been tested. They have not only heard about it, they also put it in practice. They have seen the impact of it, they love it, and now they are really engaged. One of the nature of human beings is to be together, to learn together and strive for excellence together. It is possible for a society to take charge of its future. But it starts with 2 or 3 friends to learn about some interesting principle and then explore about the meanings and insights of those principles and keep learning and generating their body of knowledge, make it grow to a certain level that will actually permit the change that they would like.
This is OWRS.
Have you heard of Baha'u'llah? Have you heard of Baha'u'llah? Have you heard of Baha'u'llah? I've heard the glad tidings and I will tell you of Baha'u'llah. Long ago, the people of all religions looked for a promised one to come, fulfilling all prophecy that all of humanity would learn to live in peace as one. Have you heard of Baha'u'llah? Have you heard of Baha'u'llah? Have you heard of Baha'u'llah? I've heard the glad tidings and I will tell you of Baha'u'llah. Hussein Ali proclaimed his great mission in the year of 1863. He said, I'm Baha'u'llah, the glory of God, the Prince of Peace, the source of unity. Have you heard of Baha'u'llah? Have you heard of Baha'u'llah? Have you heard of Baha'u'llah? I've heard the glad tidings and I will tell you of Baha'u'llah. His word went forth in tablets of power and love from Mecca, the prison by the sea. He said there's no prison but the prison of self, and that his suffering would set men free. Have you heard of Baha'u'llah? Have you heard of Baha'u'llah? Have you heard of Baha'u'llah? I've heard the glad tidings and I will tell you of Baha'u'llah. Baha'is there are all over the world who live in service to all humanity. All sheep of one fold, as prophecy had foretold, how powerful Baha'u'llah can be. Now you've heard of Baha'u'llah. Now you've heard of Baha'u'llah. Now you've heard of Baha'u'llah. Spread the glad tidings and tell the people of Baha'u'llah. Go spread the glad tidings and tell the people of Baha'u'llah. Go spread the glad tidings and tell the people of Baha'u'llah.
Welcome to One World Radio Station, promoting the oneness of God, oneness of religion, and oneness of humanity.
Around the world as we assemble, in every mosque and church and temple, we intone our dedication to become one congregation. Now the Son of Truth has risen. We will break out of our prison. God of mercy, God of thunder, help us tear the walls asunder. No more living in a house divided, lost in the dead of night. As one people
This is One World Radio Station.
O Son of Being, with the hands of power I made thee, and with the fingers of strength I created thee, and within thee have I placed the essence of my light. Be thou content with it, and seek not else, for my work is perfect, and my command is binding. Question it not, nor have a doubt.
Contact us at info@oneworldradiostation.org.
These tablets have shaped our identity, and they've shaped, of course, the plans that we have followed throughout all the years since then. So now, we find ourselves in the 21st century, and we are working with plans that are an iteration of that original plan that Abdu'l-Baha gave to Canada and to the United States. That the plan that we're working with now is not a different plan. It's simply the latest installment in that plan.
In 1908, the Young Turks Rebellion released all of the political prisoners in the Ottoman Empire, and for the first time in over 40 years, Abdu'l-Baha was free. On April 11, 1912, he arrived in New York.
Abdu'l-Baha came to North America in 1912 and 1913. He spoke in synagogues, he spoke in churches, he spoke to the Theosophists, the Esperantists, every society that you could imagine. And he had a message for people in North America in particular. He praised them for their capacity to establish peace in the world, that they were free of some of the constraints that were felt in Europe. And he praised the capacity of the people of North America, their entrepreneurship, their get up and go.
Abdu'l-Baha was filled with praise. Unlike the whole rest of the human race, North Americans were a cross-section of humankind. This gave, I think, a unique sense of what Abdu'l-Baha was talking about when he talked about one single human family living in one single homeland, the earth.
So he traveled throughout North America, he came to Canada, he visited the city of Montreal, and he was particularly drawn because May Maxwell, who had been one of the first pilgrims from North America to visit him, she had settled in Montreal with her husband, and they had a small child. And they had started a very lively but small Baha'i community there.
Abdu'l-Baha left no doubt about the young country's destiny.
The future of the Dominion of Canada is very great, and the events connected with it infinitely glorious. The eye of God's loving kindness will turn towards it, and it shall become the manifestation of the favors of the all-glorious.
He said that material prosperity and material progress is not sufficient. If it's not balanced with spiritual progress, it will lead to dire consequences. And he warned people over and over again about this prospect of war looming on the horizon.
They called it the war to end all wars. In the midst of the First World War that he had predicted, Abdu'l-Baha wrote the first of a series of 14 tablets called the Tablets of the Divine Plan.
he penned these tremendous tablets to the Baha'is of North America, to the Baha'is of Canada and the United States, the co-heirs of these tablets. And they have been regarded, will stand for all time, I think, as the charter for the teaching work in the Baha'i community.
O ye blessed souls, travel ye to the east and to the west of the world, and summon the people to the kingdom of God. The moment this divine message is carried forward and is propagated through the continents of Europe, of Asia, of Africa, and Australasia, and as far as the islands of the Pacific, this community will find itself securely established upon the throne of an everlasting dominion.
These tablets have prayers in them that are, to me, tremendously moving. He refers to himself as a stranger fallen upon the ground, and he implores God's help to sustain him. Well, these are words that he actually gives to us to say. But when I read these prayers, I think of Abdu'l-Baha, and I think about his trip through North America. And I become very moved because I think these are perhaps the emotions that he felt. One figure ranging across this vast continent, seeking to spread this message of peace, for which he had been imprisoned for all of his life with his father, and seeking for those people whose souls were awakened enough to listen to this message, to embrace it, and to rise up to champion the cause of peace.
They are the most remarkable charter that you could imagine being given when you look at the smallness of numbers. At the time Abdu'l-Baha wrote the tablets, there may have been a dozen believers in Canada, most of them in Montreal, except for the one in Benson Siding, which I wanted to mention.
Is that in British Columbia?
Yes. But these tablets, I remember being struck by the way in which, in one of these tablets, Abdu'l-Baha lists the places in Canada which the believers need to go to teach in.
In the provinces of Canada, such as Newfoundland, Prince Edward Island, Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, Quebec, Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, British Columbia, Angava, Keewatin, Mackenzie, Yukon, and the Franklin Islands in the Arctic Circle. The believers of God must become self-sacrificing, and like unto the candles of guidance, become ignited in the provinces of Canada.
I remember I was absolutely thrilled to see that Abdu'l-Baha had mentioned my home province of Prince Edward Island, that the son of the founder of the Baha'i faith had mentioned my tiny little province in Canada and had given it some sense of worth and importance and recognition was to me tremendously exciting. That I was part of something that was global, and even the smallest places in this country had a part to play in that. A few years ago, I saw that the tablets were sent to North America on postcards. And I was fascinated by that. And I thought, of course, it makes perfect sense because they were written during the time of war. So there would be no accusation that there would be some subversive purpose in these tablets. So it's so sweet to think of them coming in such a humble way. But the effect that they had when they were unveiled was amazing because it galvanized those who were ready to move.
On the 28th day of November, 1921, the Master died. 10,000 people representing all of the great world religions mourned his loss. In his will, Abdu'l-Baha named his 25-year-old grandson, Shoghi Effendi, as guardian of the Baha'i faith. The guardian wrote to Canada in January of 1923.
May the small company of the steadfast followers of Abdu'l-Baha in Canada be filled with the outpourings of the divine grace that are being showered so mightily these days upon the friends of God the world over, and may arise with undiminished fervor to carry out to their fullest measure the last wishes and instructions of our departed Master for that great and flourishing dominion. With all good wishes, your brother and co-worker, Shoghi.
For nearly 20 years, the Guardian guided the development of an administrative order that would be capable of pursuing the goals of so mighty a plan. Finally, in 1937, the first 7-year plan was launched. Canada began with 2 local spiritual assemblies, one in Montreal and one in Vancouver. But the plan called for a massive expansion, at least one local assembly in every province. In Montreal, one of the members of Canada's first Baha'i youth group was Mary Maxwell, daughter of May and Sutherland Maxwell. At the age of 26, in March of 1937, Mary Maxwell was wed to Shoghi Effendi. From then on, she was known as Amatul Baha Rahia Khanum. East and West had been united in the Holy Family.
Pregnant indeed are the years looming ahead of us all. The twin processes of internal disintegration and external chaos are being accelerated every day and are inexorably moving towards a climax.
Just 21 years after the worst war in history, another war, larger than the first, assaulted the planet. In spite of the hardships of the Second World War, the Guardian encouraged the Baha'is to understand the scope of their mission.
Such simultaneous processes of rise and of fall, of integration and of disintegration, of order and chaos, with their continuous and reciprocal reactions on each other, are but aspects of a greater plan, one and indivisible, whose source is God, whose author is Baha'u'llah, the theater of whose operations is the entire planet, and whose ultimate objectives are the unity of the human race and the peace of all mankind.
At the start of the next 7-year plan in 1946, the Canadian community numbered 221 believers with 10 local assemblies. Just 2 years later, Canada elected its first national spiritual assembly. Canada now stood on its own. In 1953, the Guardian announced the first global plan based on Abdu'l-Baha's tablets. It would end on the 100th anniversary of the declaration of Baha'u'llah in the Garden of Rizwan. It was called the 10-Year Crusade.
There was a tremendous ferment of pioneers. We would telephone all over Canada looking for people who might be interested in pioneering, and the responses that we would get were just wonderful. I remember, you would have a family who would move from a small town in northern Manitoba to St. John, New Brunswick, and would help to establish that Baha'i community. And their children and grandchildren are still there and active Baha'is.
I had just become a Baha'i. I didn't know what the 10-year plan was about. I didn't know about Knights of Baha'u'llah or anything else. And to my amazement, 3 members of the National Assembly immediately said they were going pioneering. And all of the other goals were filled in an extraordinarily short period of time, really within a year.
Although Canada and the U.S. had been charged with the lion's share of the plan, Baha'is from all over the world arose to do their part. One of them was a tall Swede named Eskil Lundberg, who had been assigned to the Faroe Islands.
Eskil was one of those who, you can imagine, isolated in these barren islands. One day he would have to walk down this hill to the post office and get his mail. And he opened up this cable this one day. It said that from the British National Assembly, the Guardian was dead, and he was furious. How could the Guardian possibly be dead? And he was angry even when he was telling me this story. And he started walking up the hill to his apartment. Guardian walked down the hill, nodded to him and passed by, and he said he knew the Guardian died.
News of the Guardian's death on November 4th, 1957, struck the Baha'i world an immense blow. With just 6 years left in the crusade, the Baha'i world turned to those men and women the Guardian had called the custodians of the merciful, the hands of the cause of God.
And we were so extraordinarily fortunate. We had, in those years, the visits by individual hands of the cause Rahia Khanum herself was here, John Robarts, Bill Sears, who gave enormously of his time. Remember the BC campaign?
Yes, I was out there at the time. I remember him saying that this person said, somebody that he had been interviewing had said, well, I believe God is dead. And Bill said, oh, really? That's very strange. I was speaking to him only this morning.
At the end of the 10-year crusade, the Hands of the Cause announced that the plan had been a tremendous success. In Canada, a wave of enrollments among First Nations helped to secure the victory. Of the 63 local spiritual assemblies, 9 of them were on Native reserves.
One of the things that's very notable in the tablets to Canada are these, in a sense, I guess you could say, prophecies regarding the Indigenous peoples of North America and their importance in the development not just of the Baha'i community but of society as a whole.
In April 1963, 56 national spiritual assemblies gathered in Haifa to elect the first Universal House of Justice.
Here were a cross-section of mankind, every color imaginable. They were all there with their little ballots in their hands, and you knew that they wanted to do, at least for one time in their life, something immaculate.
With the Universal House of Justice now at the helm, the plans based on Abdu'l-Baha's tablets continued.
There was a tremendous sense of elation. Canada had in those closing years of the 10-year plan an order of magnitude change. And I think that Canada entered the 9-year plan with a feeling that much more was possible for the Canadian Baha'i community than we would have thought, even if we'd had the same numbers 10 years before.
The breadth has been reached, and now it's the depth that we're really seeking. So working within a neighborhood to help build these spiritual communities, to focus on these what we call core activities, to educate children on spiritual principles and junior youth, to elevate the devotional character of a community by gathering with people from every background to share the words of God. And if it hadn't been for Shoghi Effendi building on Abdu'l-Baha's tablets of the Divine Plan, we would not be where we are today.
This is OWRS, promoting the oneness of God, oneness of religion, and oneness of humanity.
Shine your light on me, Baha'u'llah. I'm over here, Baha'u'llah. Shine your light on me, Baha'u'llah. Glory, glory. Shine your light on me, Baha'u'llah. I'm over here, Baha'u'llah. Shine your light on me, Baha'u'llah. Glory, glory. Shine your light on me, Baha'u'llah. I'm over here, Baha'u'llah. Shine your light on me, Baha'u'llah. Glory, glory. Help me teach your cause, Baha'u'llah. I'm over here, Baha'u'llah. Help me teach your cause, Baha'u'llah. Glory, glory. Shine your light on me, Baha'u'llah. I'm over here, Baha'u'llah. Shine your light on me, Baha'u'llah. Glorie, 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 glorie.
Thank you for tuning in. Wishing you health and happiness. See you next time.
Welcome to One World Radio Station, promoting oneness of God, oneness of religion, and oneness of humanity.
Immerse yourselves in the ocean of my words, that ye may unravel its secrets and discover all the pearls of wisdom that lie hidden in its depths, that lie hidden in its depths. Immerse yourselves in the ocean of my words, that ye may unravel its secrets and discover all the pearls of wisdom that lie hidden in its depths. Immerse yourselves that lie hidden in its depths. Immerse yourselves that lie hidden in its Immerse yourselves in the ocean of my words. Immerse yourselves in the ocean of my words.
Allahu Akbar. It is such a joy for me to stand here before you on this blessed spot, which has been particularly sanctified by the footsteps of our beloved Master. I had no plans of visiting the United States at this time. I received a letter from your National Spiritual Assembly inviting me to come here to visit the various summer schools, meet the friends, and end up my visit here with you at Greenacre. The reason why this National Spiritual Assembly invited me to come was that my father, his name was Mirza Ali Akbar Nakhjavani, was among the retinue of Abdul Baha when he visited the United States, and of course here at Greenacre. as I was walking and I saw that there is a framed picture of Abdul Baha at Greenacre with 3 Orientals. The person who is in the center, between these 3, is in the center, is my father. Yeah. So you see, I'm here on the credit card of my father. I thought it would be appropriate to start our discussion by quoting for you some of the titles and accolades mentioned by Shoghi Effendi in his writings about the American Baha'i community. I'm sure you are all familiar with these titles and accolades. A community, he wrote, which was the first to awaken to the call of the new day in the Western world. A community which was the first to champion the cause of the oppressed and to generously contribute to the alleviation of the sufferings of the needy and the persecuted among the followers of Baha'u'llah. A community whose members are regarded as the spiritual descendants of the dawn breakers of the heroic age. A community which was chosen to be the chief repository of the immortal tablets of Abdul Baha's divine plan, and whose members are considered as the chief executors of that mandate, as the champion builders of the divinely conceived administrative order, as the standard bearers of the all-conquering army of the Lord of Hosts, and as the torchbearers of a future divinely inspired world civilization. I tell you, I have never seen any such titles given to any other community. This is especially for you. You will have to find out why. But there is something special about these titles, and I think I must also read that. It is a warning. Maybe you won't like it, but it is from the pen of Shoghi Effendi, that same pen who gave you those titles. Same pen. He says that if the American Baha'i community will not rise to the destiny that has been ordained for it by Baha'u'llah, if through apathy means lack of enthusiasm, if through apathy and neglect its members will not carry out their duties as they should, they will lose their spiritual primacy conferred upon them by the Blessed Beauty. This is a warning. So we shouldn't rest on our laurels and say, well, it's destiny, of course we deserve it, fine, it's very good, we're special, we'll continue to be special for the rest of the dispensation. It's not so. You could lose it through 2 things that Shoghi Effendi is warning us against: neglect and apathy. And that applies to everyone, not only in this hall. It affects and applies to every single American Baha'i believer. As there are some Persians among you, I'd like to just to say also a few words about the link that Shoghi Effendi draws our attention to between Iran, the cradle of the faith, and the United States, the cradle of the administrative order. In one of his letters, written early during his guardianship, Shoghi Effendi says that our oppressed and downtrodden brethren in Persia will witness the signs of their promised redemption, which, as foretold by Abdu'l-Baha, must first be made manifest through the efforts of their brethren in that great freedom-loving Republic of the West. He also, in another letter, he points out that there is a tablet revealed by Abdu'l-Baha while incarcerated within the walls of the prison city of Akka, and addressed to the Baha'is of Khorasan, which is one of the important provinces in Iran, and mentioned by Baha'u'llah himself in the Kitab-e-Aqdas. This is what Abdu'l-Baha wrote to the Baha'is of Khorasan, and it says, text which has been published and distributed in the days of Abdu'l-Baha among the friends in Iran. And Shoghi Effendi translated this passage himself from Persian into English. Addressing the Persian believers, he says, ere long will your brethren from Europe and America journey to Persia. There they will promote to an unprecedented degree the interests of art and industry. There they will rear the institutions of true civilization, promote the development of husbandry and trade, and assist in the spread of education. Assuredly, they will come. Assuredly, they will contribute in making of the land of Iran the envy and the admiration of the peoples and nations of the world. I want to address my Persian Baha'i friends, brothers and sisters. When the Europeans and the Americans will go to Iran, my dear Persian friends, are you going to remain here? Are you not going to accompany them, to assist them, to translate for them? I want you to think about this. Abdu'l-Baha says, assuredly, they will come. Now we come to our subject today. I think the question of the devotional attitude is a very important aspect. I'm not talking about prayer as such, why we should pray and when we should pray and so on. I'm just talking about the devotional attitude, which is the very basis, the beginning of any prayer we want to offer. There is a tablet revealed by Baha'u'llah in which he likens the prayerful attitude, prayer as a general, to a ladder. What do we do with the ladder? When we don't need it, we put it in a storeroom. But when the time comes that we have to go up to the roof, the first thing we do, we go to the storeroom and find the ladder and put it in position. This is stage one. So when I pray, it's not that I just press a button and start the reading immediately. No, I should prepare my soul. I should get my ladder and put it in position before I start climbing. Do we do this? Do I do this? Believe me, without it, it won't work. Look at what Shoghi Effendi has done with the holy places. When you go to the shrine of Baha'u'llah, he has gardens. The same thing with the shrine of the Bab. He has gardens, terraces climbing up to the shrine of the Bab. Even in the Kitab-e-Aqdas, he says, while you are directing your steps to the Mashriq al-Askar, you should be in a prayerful attitude. You have not entered the Mashriq al-Askar. If you notice, all Mashriq al-Askars have gardens. And you direct your steps towards the Mashriq al-Askar. You have not entered yet. And he says, remember God as you are walking through the garden. This is preparation. Remember God and ask for forgiveness of your sins. This is not what Ali is telling you. This is in the Kitab al-Aqdas. We haven't entered the shrine yet, the Mashghul Askar yet. Preparation. Obligatory prayer, have ablutions. Preparation. We don't just take the prayer book and stop up right away. No, prepare your soul. Before you have your obligatory prayer, you have to prepare your soul. That's a major step in prayer, whether it's obligatory or whether it is in other forms. Second thing is, now that you are placed your ladder in position, is to climb up. That's when we read the revealed word. Sentence by sentence by sentence by sentence. Whether it's a prayer by the Bab, by Baha'u'llah or Abdul Baha. As careful as I am to make sure that my steps are firm on the ladder, I have to be very careful as I'm reading this prayer. I should absorb the prayer. I should understand each sentence. What does it tell me? It's important. Otherwise I'll fall. Step by step by step. Now I reach the top. Means I have finished my prayer. What do? Close the book and go about my business? Why did I go up? I had a purpose. What is the purpose? Just to go there and come down? That's when conversation, our private conversation with God happens. I remember a story that the hand of the cause, William Sears, told us. He said that he gave a talk somewhere in the States about the Baha'i faith. And then he said, any questions? Hand went up. The question was, we hear that God is dead. What do you think? So he said, well, I don't know. When I was having a chat with him this morning, he was fine. What I liked about Mr. Sears' answer was the word chat. Private conversation with God. Intimate conversation with God. That's where it begins. Use your own language. We have to use our own language. Communicate. Private conversation with my Lord. Of course, I have a problem. I offer my problem. Some of us already have found the solution to the problem before we pray. And when we reach that point, please, God, give it to me. There is no conversation. It's one way. It's an order. Give it to me. And give it to me now. This doesn't sound right at all. There is a prayer revealed by Baha'u'llah, and I think I have the page number somewhere here that I would like to share with you. It is in our American prayer book, page 165. It begins with the words, He is the gracious, thy call hath attracted me. That's how it starts. Now, in that prayer, there is a sentence that Baha'u'llah has put in that prayer. Right? So that we say it. O God, I know not what profiteth me and what harmeth me. But I had the solution. And I knew that that was good for me. It is the exact opposite of what Baha'u'llah is saying. The exact opposite. An American pilgrim went to see Abdul Baha. One of her first questions was, whatever I ask God to give me, He does not give me. Why? Abdu'l-Baha's answer was the short sentence. It is because you insist. That's it. What does insistence mean? Insistence means that I know the answer. Insistence means I know what profits me and I know what harms me. The exact opposite of what Baha'u'llah is saying. My dear, there is a whole, it's not only in this prayer, there is one whole tablet on this subject in Persian to the friends to say, you do not know what is good for you. You do not know what harms you. You do not know what profits you. But we think that we know. Who is speaking? The ego. It's the ego. Saying, oh, well, of course, God is so far, he doesn't know, but you, of course, know. That's wrong. That's not an attitude of prayer. During this time of intimate conversation, I should say, I don't know what is good for me, oh my Lord. I think that such and such may be okay. If it is in conformity with thy will, with thy good pleasure, give it to me. If not, I am perfectly satisfied. Everything what I want to do, I want it to be in harmony with thy good pleasure and thy will. That is proper attitude. You see, answer to prayer could be one of three things. One is, yeah, this thing is good for you, I give it to you. That's correct. Second possibility, this is good for you, but the time has not come. I will give it to you later. There is even a tablet revealed by Baha'u'llah in which he says, when such things happen, later he will give you something which is far better than what you had originally asked him. Two possibilities. Three possibilities. Third possibility is, this is not good for you. I'm not giving it to you. This is poison for you. You are asking for poison. How can I give it to you? But we think of only one possibility. Give it to me, and now. This is the wrong attitude. So, this, I think, is a point that I wanted to stress. When we pray, it's very clear in the writings that we should pray to Baha'u'llah. He is the manifestation of God for today. We have to turn to Baha'u'llah. However, there is a lot of flexibility. And Shoghi Effendi has explained all these flexibilities in his writings. He says, it is entirely in order for us to turn our hearts in prayer to Abdu'l-Baha. However, when we do so, we should realize that he is not a manifestation of God, although he is the mystery of God. But we pray through him to Baha'u'llah. Out of his kindness, Shoghi Effendi says that you may also turn your hearts to me, provided I'm not a manifestation of God. Through me to Baha'u'llah. Apart from all that, we have intercession. In his tribute to the greatest holy leaf, Shoghi Effendi addresses the greatest holy leaf and calls on her to intercede on his behalf in the presence of Baha'u'llah. He says, convey this message to him through the greatest holy leaf. In fact, one can intercede, one can call upon, for example, when I received that letter from the American NSK to come here, I turned to my father and I said, now come on, I'm going to the States because of you. If you don't help me or you find somebody to help me, how can I go? What can I do? I had a little chat with my father, believe me. I'm telling you the truth. I hope he hasn't forgotten. Intercession is an entirely correct method of turning our hearts, provided it is through, not to. To is only Baha'u'llah. I hope this is clear. Now, I would like to share with you a tablet when we ask for prayers for forgiveness of our own shortcomings. You know, we all have weak points. And this is what Shoghi Effendi says. It's one of his letters. We all have weak points. I think this should be written in gold. If you tell me, but Ali, I'm sorry, but I have no weak points. Everything I have are strong points. When I look at others, of course I see many weak points, but I don't have. I'm sorry, I'm not going to agree with you. It's not so. Our beloved guardian says, we all have weak points. We have all shortcomings, failings. Of course we do. When we look at others, we should not look at their weak points. We should look at their strong points. When we look at ourselves, we should look at our weak points and ask for forgiveness, for help to overcome them. We quite often do the opposite. When we look at others, we only see their weak points. We look at ourselves, we only want to look at our strong points. It doesn't work. Now, so there is a tablet revealed by Baha'u'llah. It is in Arabic. When I read it for the first, it's only about 4 or 5 lines. But when I read it for the first time, God is my witness. I wasn't only stunned, I shook within my bones when I read this. All right. See what he says. He says, conceal. The first word is conceal. Conceal and forgive the faults of others, wherever they may be, so that God may forgive your own faults. He makes it conditional. If I don't forgive others, Baha'u'llah tells me, you don't forgive, I will not forgive. I will cry, he's not forgiving. Why? Because I have not forgiven. There's something in my heart that does not allow me to forgive. And what's that thing? Excuse me, it is my self and passion. It is my ego, nothing else. Conceal and forgive the faults of others, wherever they may be, so that God may forgive your own faults through His grace. Oh, I wish the tablet had finished there. It's not finished. Then, there is then. Then wash away such shortcomings from your heart, so that He may wipe off your own and clothe you with His beauteous garment. All right, what is he saying here? Certainly, it's a second step. It's not the same. He's not repeating himself. 2 steps. One is to forgive. It's the usual saying in English, to forgive and forget. But we say that forgive and forget as if it's just an ordinary thing. The word forget has a lot of meaning. And Shoghi Effendi, in more than one of his letters in English, he uses forgive and forget. But here, Baha'u'llah opens up the forget, explains what forget means. It's not just forget. How can I forget? I cannot forget. It's registered here. How can I forget? Of course, he's asking me to forget the bitterness of the experience. Sometimes somebody has been unkind to us or expressed an unkind word or impolite word. we keep this resentment in our hearts for 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, 50 years. It festers, it poisons the soul. We have not forgiven. We have forgiven just by word. I have to wash away this bitterness entirely. I cannot forget because I have a brain and this has registered. All right. But I should be able to forgive and forget and wash away this bitterness in my heart about this individual. Get it out of my system. Let bygones be bygones forever. That's important. If I don't do it, Baha'u'llah says, God will not do it. So 2 stages. Forgive. If you don't, He will not forgive. Wash away. If I don't, He will not wash away. It's going to be recorded there and remembered there. And in the hidden words, Baha'u'llah adds, it's not only recorded there, it is recorded in clear characters. This is Baha'u'llah in the hidden words. I'm sharing these thoughts with you so that we realize how important it is that in our prayers we have the right attitude, which is acceptable in His sight. Now, what is the last part? The last part is, if you do these things, 2 stages, then not only will I wipe out everything in your records, in clear characters, I'll wash away everything, I'll wipe out everything. But then, the last words in this beautiful short tablet, I will place on your shoulders a garment which is beauteous, luminous. That will be your reward. You will carry this luminous vesture, this garb, this cloak, given to you as a gift. Now that you have washed away, this is yours.
I see you staring at me like I wasn't from here. Can it be true that the lies you have told were your fears? That I might be happy in the place where my heart belongs, but I still hope that the change will
Je suis ce père de famille, un garçon et 2 petites filles. Je suis heureux à Marcompi, comblé car je suis Baha'i. Mais je vis dans un pays où les droits de l'homme sont salis, ignorés pour les minorités comme celle dont je fais partie. Accusé d'un crime que je n'ai pas commis, jeté au fond d'un cachot, pire que Guantanamo. Donc je le dis, qui hormis Dieu dissipe les difficultés. À quoi bon sert de lutter contre un monde déchiqueté? Donc je prie Dieu car j'ai perdu tous mes droits. Mais hamdoulillah, j'ai la foi ancrée en moi. Moi, tout ce que je voulais c'était l'unité dans la diversité pour l'éternité, voir rayonner la paix. Subhanallah, j'ai pas peur de mourir. Et si je venais à partir, Inch'Allah ce sera en martyr. Allah, prends-moi à tes côtés car je suis prêt à m'envoler, le cœur lavé vers le ciel je m'en vais.
staring at me like I wasn't from here. Can it be true that the lies you have told were your fears? That I might be happy in the place where my heart belongs, but I still hope that the change will come.
When will my brothers be locked in chain? It's insane. They give you love, you give them pain. Aren't you ashamed? Where did they go wrong? Brother, just be strong. Sister, just hold on. God is with y'all. We gon' pray for y'all. We gon' sing for y'all. We gon' do what it takes to help y'all. Cause we know that you innocent. Know that you never do a thing that will harm the world. Unity of mankind is all that they want. So we may one day live in harmony and peace. But instead, you beat them up, lock them up with no proof, no love, no nothing. Yeah, but how the pie is what they say where there's danger. Locked up by strangers who are full of anger. Right will stay right till the day I'm gone. Yeah, and wrong will be wrong till the day I die. God bless.
I see you staring at me like I wasn't from here. Can it be true that the lies you have told were your fears? That I might be happy in the place where my heart belongs, but I still hope that the change will come.
Open our eyes and start to realize that the atrocities of such a crime happening in front of our eyes. Why do we agree with all the lies?
They know they're wrong, but the truth that deny will we hide and let them die.
Pleasure is like genocide.
Sag, bin ich frei, ich warte auf den Tag für die wahre Gerechtigkeit. Ich atme ein, schau auf den Stapel voller Briefe von all meinen Liebsten, die das gar nicht verdienen. Ich frag mich, warum das alles so kam. Warum war sich der Schatten des Hasses über uns und überrascht uns im Schlaf? Nun vergehen die Tage, doch ich verliere nicht die Kraft, weil ich weiß, dass mein Glaube an Liebe mich stärker macht.
I see you staring at me like I wasn't from here. Oh, can it be true that the lies you have told were your fears? That I might be happy in the place where my heart belongs, but I still hope that the change will come.
You're listening to the Baha'i World News Service.
Since the early 1980s, Baha'i students have been banned from pursuing higher education in Iran. A 1991 government memorandum made it formal state policy. Baha'i students must be barred from Iranian universities or expelled once it becomes known that they are Baha'is. Of course, the Baha'is in Iran have turned to the government to address the injustices they face. Yet even when officials want to help the Baha'is, they report that their hands are tied. The mandate to persecute Baha'is comes from the very top, they say. Against this backdrop of oppression, a remarkable story has unfolded over the past 3 decades. It's the story of the Baha'i Institute for Higher Education, or BIHE, as it's come to be known. 30 years ago, in an effort to respond to persecution, the Iranian Baha'i community organized an informal university program that operated in living rooms and basements throughout the country. In the early days, the instructors were Baha'i professors who had themselves been barred from working in universities because of their faith. Over the decades, thanks to advances in technology, BIHE's faculty has come to include academics from around the world. Those who offer their expertise and knowledge have witnessed firsthand the students' high ideals and commitment to the pursuit of knowledge. Since its inception, BIHE has helped educate thousands of individuals. Many have gone on to pursue their graduate studies abroad. Around 100 universities have accepted BIHE students into their programs. Equally remarkable, many of the graduates who complete their postgraduate studies abroad return to Iran to be of service to their nation. BIHE is an example of a distinctive approach the Baha'i community has adopted to respond to injustice. This approach has come to be known as constructive resilience. Dian Alai, representative of the Baha'i international community to the United Nations in Geneva, explains.
The word resilience is used more and more. I think that this has come a term that is actually very often used in discourses, particularly in political discourses. But I think the term constructive resilience is still something that has been not fully explored yet. Of course, there have been academic essays about it. But I think that this is something that we're trying to understand better as we observe particularly the response of the Baha'i community in Iran to oppression. And in fact, in a letter that was dated 23 June 2009, addressed by the Universal House of Justice to the Baha'is of Iran, the House of Justice indicates that, in fact, the Baha'is in Iran have demonstrated that the proper response to oppression is neither to succumb in resignation nor to take on the characteristics of the oppressor.
Despite efforts by the Iranian authorities to disrupt BIHE's operation by raiding hundreds of Baha'i homes and offices associated with it, confiscating study materials, and arresting and imprisoning dozens of lecturers, it has grown significantly over the past 3 decades. It relies on a variety of knowledgeable individuals both in and outside of Iran to enable youth to study a growing number of topics in the material and social sciences as well as the arts. Overall, not only has BIHE survived 30 years, it has thrived.
Baha'i youth, for now over 2 decades, almost 3 decades, have not been allowed to enter Iranian universities. The Baha'is have tried to think of how to respond to this organized impoverishment of the Baha'i community, state-organized impoverishment of the Baha'i community, and therefore they have started to do a very, very grassroots activity, which is really to start with the university professors in Iran who were also expelled from teaching in the Iranian universities because they were Baha'is, and have these professors help the Baha'i students in the living rooms, in the kitchen of people's homes, of Baha'is' homes, to continue and pursue their higher education. And this system, of course, with also the modern technology that has improved and the access to internet and things like that has developed. And we know that we have this online university with the help of university professors around the world who are not necessarily Baha'is, but who want to combat this oppression also themselves in a very positive manner in helping these Baha'i students to be able to study. And of course, with also the help of universities around the world who then recognize the degree. Of course, that degree is still not recognized in Iran, but who help them so these students can also continue to pursue their studies abroad, having their first degree at BIHE recognized.
Studying at BIHE is not easy. Because it's not a public university, there is no funding available, and many students hold down full-time jobs. Students often have to travel across the country to go to monthly classes in major cities. Sometimes they commute from a home on one side of the city to the other in the middle of the day because these are the only spaces available to hold classes. Despite these logistical challenges, students meet high academic standards. Salim Vaillancourt is the coordinator of Education is Not a Crime, a human rights campaign that brings attention to the denial of education to the Baha'is in Iran. He talks about BIHE and how it began as a response to persecution.
From the interviews that I was very privileged to be able to conduct with Iranian Baha'is who are outside Iran now about the experience of BIHE, it is extraordinary, the capacities that it built in these people, the attitude that it fostered, and it really is a striking example of, the Education is Not a Crime campaign uses the slightly more popular term peaceful resistance, but what we mean and what we're certainly saying along with our Baha'is who work with us is that it is a form of constructive resilience because you're showing resilience, you're not letting something push you over and dominate your life, and you're building something more out of it. So it really defines the term. These Baha'is would, for example, if there was a raid, and there have been major raids on Baha'i homes to arrest and jail teachers and students of BIHE, and there have also been perhaps smaller arrests from time to time. One of the BIHE students that I was speaking to said that when their teacher was arrested and put in jail and all the materials confiscated, they got together for class just the same. And their whiteboard hadn't been taken away. So they had a kind of an internal door in their living room that had a series of glass panels. And they would just close that door, stick a piece of paper over each glass panel, and that became their whiteboard. And they would continue studying together despite the fact that they didn't have a teacher. And this was just the attitude. It didn't seem remarkable to them in a way. They didn't make a big emotional song and dance about it. They just said, this is what we have to do, because they had a commitment to the process.
The response of the Baha'i community to oppression draws on a conviction in the oneness of humanity. It recognizes the need for coherence between the spiritual and material dimensions of life. It is based on a long-term perspective characterized by faith, patience, and perseverance. It at once calls for obedience to the law and a commitment to meet hatred and persecution with love and kindness. And ultimately, this particular posture the Baha'is have adopted has, at its very center, an emphasis on service to the welfare of one's fellow human beings. Deanne Alai again.
I think today in the world, with all the very difficult events that are happening and with the breakdown of some communities that people would not have thought that they could break down so easily, we've come to realize that living side by side is not enough. It's really to live together and know one another. And the best way to know one another is to start working for the betterment of society. It doesn't have to be society in a large concept, but just maybe your neighborhood or your street or your city, whatever it is, whatever dimension that has. But this is how people get to know one another. And I think that as the Baha'is have begun to do this in a more conscious way in order to respond to this oppression, the Iranians also have started to know about their fellow neighbors who are Baha'is, understanding that all the lies that have been spread, because also the Iranian government and the Iranian clergy have spread a lot of lies about the Baha'is. And clearly, if you don't know someone, if you have never had the opportunity to meet that person, to know what the spiritual characteristics or the moral values of this person is, well, how would you know if these are lies? So therefore, it is really by the involvement of the Baha'is in the life of the community and in the betterment of that community that has created this incredible response from the Iranian.
Since the dawn of the Baha'i faith, nearly 200 years ago, persecution of the Baha'i community in Iran has taken many forms. An open letter dated 6 September 2016 to Iran's president from the BIC draws his attention to the economic oppression faced by the Baha'is there. The letter highlights the stark contradiction between statements espoused by the Iranian government regarding economic justice, equality for all, and reducing unemployment on one hand, and the unrelenting efforts to impoverish a section of its own citizenry on the other. Diane Alai continues.
Since the beginning of the Islamic Republic, Baha'is have not been allowed to work in the public sphere, but now also in the private sector, after trying to put pressure on Muslim employers to dismiss their Baha'i employees and trying to have businesses not renew licenses for the location of Baha'i businesses, the last act of this economic persecution by the government against the Baha'is is to close the shops that are owned on Baha'is, simply because they close on Baha'i holy days. Baha'is, like any other religion, have holy days, and so the Baha'is also have 9 holy days, and it's not like they're so numerous that the shops are closed continually. It's just 9 days a year. And the Baha'is simply close their shops. They don't also advertise that their shops are closed because it's a Baha'i holiday. And this is a sign, I think, of the real intent to persecute the Baha'is with any excuse, is that now the Iranian government has found this excuse of this shop being closed just on a Baha'i holiday that nobody knows is a holiday except the Iranian authorities, to then seal these shops and not allow the Baha'is to open. So I think that this is really widespread. You know, the Special Rapporteur on Freedom of Religion of the UN on Freedom of Religion or Belief once coined the term. He said the Baha'is are persecuted from cradle to grave because even Baha'i cemeteries are desecrated.
Even in the face of this continuous persecution, it has always been the aim of the Baha'i community of Iran to contribute to the progress of the nation. Initially, the Baha'is sought to make this intention clear to officials and other leaders in Iran. Only after their patient and persevering efforts were unable to curb the violence and unjust treatment did the international Baha'i community step in, drawing attention to this ongoing injustice, while the Iranian Baha'i community itself sought creative ways to fulfill basic functions.
The Baha'is of Iran, first and foremost, want to contribute to the advancement of Iranian society around them. And so I think that many of them decided that despite the persecutions that they face in Iran, they want to remain in that country in order to help for the advancement of the society around them.
The Baha'i response to oppression is not oppositional and ultimately strives toward higher degrees of unity. Its emphasis is not only on collective action, but on inner transformation. This strategy is a conscious one employed by the Baha'i community, going beyond the tendency to react to oppression, war, or natural disaster with apathy and anger. The Baha'i response counters inhumanity with patience, deception with truthfulness, cruelty with goodwill, and keeps its attention on long-term, beneficial, and productive action. The Baha'i Institute for Higher Education embodies all of these elements. Salim Vaillancourt again.
I always find it wonderful that Maziar Bahari, who started the Education Without a Crime campaign, he describes the Baha'i Institute for Higher Education as an educational miracle. I think it's great that it's somebody who's not a Baha'i who says that, because it acknowledges, with no bias, the fact that BHA is an extraordinary achievement. And I was thinking about this with some friends recently, and we realized that perhaps it's the least known, longest running, and most successful form of peacefully answering oppression that history has seen. The example it sets for this particular Baha'i attitude to, whether it's answering persecution or just, I think, answering the forces of our time, the challenging forces of our time, where we try and have an attitude and a posture and a response of constructive resilience, it is the best example that I know so far.
Despite efforts by the government in Iran to shut down BIHE, today it offers nearly 40 different programs in the arts and sciences and has served thousands of students over the course of the last 3 decades.
For more information, visit news.baha'i.org.
You are listening to OWRS.
They can take my life away, but this love will never change. They can take my rights away, but I'll grow stronger every day. They can take my life away, but this love will never change. They can take my rights away, but I'll grow stronger every day.
It's my right to live a life that's free, my right to simply be a citizen who believes in world equality. We shouldn't have to hide or feel the need to cower. Our beliefs shape who we are, they give us inner power. With our heads held high, we shall walk on. With utmost love in our hearts, we remain strong. They ask the question, we refuse, because it is our right to choose.
They can take my life away, but this love will never change. They can take my rights away, but I'll grow stronger every day. They can take my life away, but this love will never change. They can take my rights away, but I'll grow stronger every day.
In the silence of this courtroom, I closed my eyes and saw the future. Around the time that we heard from the prosecutors. And Your Honor, I think you've already made your choice. So to the jury, please excuse me if I rejoice. Cause it was years ago, back when I decided to save a place inside my heart where Baha'u'llah's resided. And my family all around the world will watch and pray. So I am not alone. Will I surrender? Not today.
They can take my life
away.
This love will never change.
This love will never change.
They can take my rights away.
Yeah, I'll grow stronger every day.
They can take
You can take my life away.
This love will never change.
No, my love will never change.
They can take my rights away.
Yeah, I'll grow stronger every day. Yeah.
It's my right to an education, my right to the living I'm making, and yet they keep taking away from me. My material possessions have been ruined and put to pieces. My spirit remains a whole, my attachment thus decreases. Still in this day the times have changed, they haven't changed enough. The friends must hide, obey, pray to avoid themselves handcuffed. Battles change but sacrifice remains the same. This is my devotion that ignites my inner flame.
They can take my life away. This love will never change. Never change. They can take my rights away, but I'll grow stronger every day. They can take my life away, but this love will never change. They can take my rights away, but I'll grow stronger every day.
Yeah.
They can take my life away, but this love will never change.
This love will never change.
They can take my rights away,
Yeah, I'll grow stronger
every day.
Yeah.
They can take my life away, this love will never change.
Thank you for tuning in. You can contact us at info@oneworldradiostation.org. Wishing you health and happiness. Bye for now. Welcome to One World Radio Station, promoting the oneness of God, oneness of religion, and oneness of humanity.
Lauded be thy name, O Lord my God. I entreat thee by thy name, through which the hour has struck, and the resurrection came to pass, and fear and trembling seized all that are in heaven and all that are on earth, to rain down out of the heaven of thy mercy, and the clouds of thy tender compassion, What will gladden the hearts of thy servants who have turned towards thee and helped thy cause? Keep safe thy servants and thy handmaidens, O my Lord, from the darts of idle fancy and vain imaginings, and give them from the hands of thy grace a draught of the soft flowing waters of thy knowledge. Thou truly art the Almighty, the most exalted, the ever forgiving, the most generous. Baha'u'llah.
You are listening to OWRS.
Oh God, guide me, protect me, make of me a shining lamp and a brilliant star. Oh God, guide me, protect me, make of me a shining lamp and a brilliant star.
I was given my name and placed in this family, told what to think in this life that they've handed me. They say they're right, but deep down I know that they are wrong. So I gotta stay strong and keep holding on. But it's hard when it feels like I've got no voice. I'm treated like a child, so I've got no choice but to turn to my friends who make me one of them. The pressure never ends, oh God.
Oh God, guide me, protect me, make of me a shining lamp and a brilliant star. Oh God, guide me, protect me, make of me a shining lamp and a brilliant star.
I know these are mistakes that I don't really need to make, cause it's in my own hands to shape my own fate. But I feel like I'm lost when the teacher try to teach me, preacher try to preach me, but only you can reach me. I know you're always there, I know you've always cared, cause I can feel that there is hope, but my vision is impaired by the clouds that have found me as darkness surrounds me. Oh God, guide me.
Oh God, guide me, protect me, make of me a shining lamp and a brilliant star. Oh God, guide me, protect me, make of me a shining lamp and a brilliant star.
Make me a star, make me a lamp, ignite my heart, make it shine in this land. Oh my God, my life, my desire, I wanna spread love just like a wildfire. Make me a star, make me a lamp, ignite my heart, make it shine in this land. Oh my God, my life, my desire, I wanna spread love just like a wildfire.
Oh God, guide me, protect me, make of me a shining lamp and a brilliant star. Oh God, guide me, protect me, make of me a shining lamp and a brilliant star. Oh God, guide me, protect me, make of me a shining lamp and a brilliant star.
Thank you for listening. Visit our website at oneworldradiostation.org.
As a consequence of social and economic responses to the coronavirus, many youth are facing an uncertain future. It has become more challenging to access schooling and employment, and the power of friendship and peer support can be diminished by social distancing requirements. As we look ahead to rebuilding society, what do we have to consider to open up new opportunities for young people to take their place and contribute constructively to making a better world? How can young people support each other to navigate this new environment? How can they overcome the obstacles in their path?
You are listening to The Public Discourse, a podcast by the Baha'i Community of Canada's Office of Public Affairs. This episode is part of the mini-series Rebuilding Together, where we reflect on the principles that can help us to build a post-pandemic society. This conversation features Delaram Irfanian talking with Tanika McLeod, a young entrepreneur, and Ashraf Rushdie, who works with the Institute for Studies in Global Prosperity. They discuss how young people are adapting to the conditions created by this health crisis and the ways in which they can help to lead processes of social transformation.
I'm delighted to explore these questions today with Tanika McLeod and Ashraf Rushdie on what is now the 5th episode of our new series, Rebuilding Together. Welcome to the podcast.
Thank you for having us.
Ashraf, you have been a host of this podcast in the past, but Tanika, this is your first time joining us. So perhaps I can ask you both to introduce yourselves. If I can start with Tanika, please.
Sure, yeah. So I'm Tanika McLeod. I am a recent graduate of York University. I did my BA and MA at York. And since I have worked in nonprofit evaluation, program design and development, and I've also started a tech startup about a year ago with my brother and a couple of other people. And since then, I've just been really focusing on entrepreneurial work. I've since been working as a freelance evaluator for nonprofits and a CEO of this tech startup.
Wonderful, thank you. And Ashraf?
Yeah, my name is Ashraf Rushdie. I live in Toronto, and I have served for several years with the Office of Public Affairs of the Baha'i Community of Canada that's hosting this podcast, and right now do a lot of work with the Institute for Studies in Global Prosperity, which organizes educational activities and research activities around the world, and I work a lot with the programs in Canada that support university students.
Great. It's really lovely to have you both here today. I'm excited to navigate some of the questions with you. Tanika, you have worked in the field of youth employment, as you just mentioned, and you are now involved in entrepreneurship. So how do you think young people are facing this current crisis, and what qualities are helping them to navigate it?
Yeah, that's such a great question. In my experience, being a young person, working with programs who support young people, working with my peers and colleagues, I think that the gravity of the situation varies depending on, social locations. And I find that individuals like myself who are young and racialized are experiencing the brunt of some of the consequences of this pandemic, and as well as the social unrest that we've seen in the US particularly, but here in Canada and around the world, calls for racial justice have been, exhilarating and motivating on one hand, but also kind of disillusioning that we have to still, bring our bodies outside and sort of on the line for something that we expect to be a universal right. And so seeing so many of us out there can be really motivating, but also, like I said, just a little bit disappointing. And so I think that the qualities that young people have that will help us to overcome these challenges are very innate in many younger generations. And I think all generations have experienced these kinds of qualities like resilience, like ingenuity. And I think that this is something that we've seen a lot in millennials and Gen Zs, not to say that, Gen Xers are not those qualities or don't exhibit those qualities, but we've seen a lot of creativity coming from young people, especially now, especially in the way that we've seen these social movements take place, And I think that that ingenuity, creativity, that kind of drive to overcome challenges will be what helps young people really overcome the current situation, as well as create new futures and new possibilities for the way that young people shape the community that they're in. And so that's where, for me and my family, entrepreneurship has played a really big part in filling that void, because we have these skill sets. We've been trained in a particular field. We have experiences, lived and professional, but nowhere to really channel that. And so what you're kind of left with is yourself and your great ideas and a desire to bring them to light. And so I think a lot of young people are maybe in that space right now. They've been given time and space to really think about things in a different way because of the pandemic. We've seen that entire nations can absolutely change the way that they move and the way that they do things on a dime. We just need to commit to that. And so I think that's something that young people will sort of bring to the fore in the next few years, is just a wave of really creative entrepreneurship in a whole host of different ways. And hopefully that'll, bring a lot of hope out of this really tragic time.
You touched on very important qualities that we've also talked about in general terms during our podcast episodes in the past. And, the main reason why we started this was talking about resilience, which is one of the qualities that you also mentioned. But in a bigger context, there's so much more, as you mentioned. And I think also the education part is one of the, the places where the youth need a lot of the support, obviously, coming into it and out of it, as you mentioned, with employment. And there's a whole set of support systems and networks that need to be in place to support youth and in that capacity. So thinking of that, it makes me think of my next question for Ashraf, because I know you've been working with a variety of, youth and educational initiatives for a number of years. And so what kind of support do young people need at this time, do you think? And what are the particular needs of this population?
Yeah, this is, already I think Tanika has touched on a lot of these things that I think are important to bring to the fore in this kind of conversation. And some of those that really strike me are, there's very clearly a disruption happening and has been happening for quite a long time in the past few decades, to the degree in kind of every dimension of life that it becomes very difficult for young people in general. I think for our whole society, but for young people specifically, to determine what is my vision of a future? What role am I going to be able to play in this society that I live in? And even what's the path to get to that vision? Both of those things I think are deeply in question right now. And so when I think about youth and the needs and support that youth need, I want to bring up this thing that Tanika said about how a lot of this will vary based on social location. But in general, I think we can say that youth need an opportunity to reflect on this time and what it is that's actually happening in our society, and an opportunity to do that together with each other, and with their communities. I think that really youth need a place where their voices are heard and they're able to participate in a conversation about the kind of future that they want to see in their community. Because I think when we look to youth, when we think about supporting young people, we really are struck again and again by the capacities of young people. So when we think about what we need to do to support young people, I think a lot of those supports look like enabling. They look like channeling. They look like strengthening what it is that young people are already striving to do. So I think that those are some of the main kind of things that I would touch on. When we get more specific, we get to things like unemployment or meaningful work. I also like that term that you brought up, that what kind of work actually am I seeking? And it may be that actually, and I think the more that you speak to young people, the more you see that actually there isn't that much of an interest in a lot of the kinds of work that are available in the society around them. That actually there's this kind of push, desire to see a new kind of life that they could live in integrating all of the ideas that are spreading and circulating amongst a lot of the young people, at least that I'm in touch with. So I think that one of the ways to support youth is also to help to enable the realization of that best possible future, and and to shape it, to give that, to give volume to that voice, basically, in our society.
The world is dark, so where to start? We gotta find light in the heart. Sowing love, sowing flames, sowing seeds in the hearts. With his name never change face. To the same grace that we all pray. Every word ever heard from divine is the same. Another day, again I pray that every soul may find a way. When I'm feeling love, when I'm feeling pain, I remember God, and then I say, another day, again I pray, within your shade is where I lay. When I'm feeling love, when I'm feeling pain, I remember you, and then I say, Ya beha ulebha, Ya beha ulebha, Ya beha ulebha, Ya beha ulebha. In the soul, heart, and the mind, you will find a tale that's as old as time. Man is given gold, given wine, man is given choice. Why I choose to be blind? You can find no lies in these eyes. I have tried to defy the divine, but who am I? Just a youth with the light of truth, let it shine. Another day, again I pray that every soul may find a way. When I'm feeling love, when I'm feeling pain, I remember God, and then I say, another day, again I pray, within your shade is where I lay. When I'm feeling love, when I'm feeling pain, I remember you, and then I say, Ya beha ulebha, Ya beha ulebha, Ya beha ulebha, Ya beha ulebha.
Volume to the voice. I love that. Building on those comments that you made, this crisis has exposed certain, as you mentioned, the structural issues in our society that are preventing youth from advancing. So Tanika, what kinds of structural changes do you think we need to talk about in terms of allowing young people to play a role in contributing to the betterment of their communities, just as Ashraf was mentioning?
Mm-hmm. I mean, I guess my first response would be, how much time do you have? Because I think the list is long. I think we're overdue on structural change. I think that structural change has, for some reason, developed a kind of negative connotation over the years outside of social justice circles. And so I think in terms of structural changes, we really need to change the way that we are preparing young people for life and how we are describing what life is meant to be. It shouldn't be that you are intending to just work a 9-to-5 job so you can pay your bills and then retire at 65. I just completely disagree with that kind of logic. I think it should really be about chasing what makes you happy in a way that is sustainable and safe and responsible. And that right now isn't really being promoted. And so I find that there are a lot of young people around my age who are just finishing their degrees and feeling a kind of crisis. Even my friends who have gotten into law school, some of them, they're finishing now, and they're like, I don't know if I want to work at this firm. And I just got these really expensive degrees, so I feel like I need to work at a firm, I need to practice law, but honestly, I don't know if that's for me. And so I think that what might help to really amplify those voices of young people is to fundamentally change the way that we prepare them for life, right? So that it's less about you need to fix yourself for the labor market and more about what innate qualities do you have that could actually benefit society writ large. And that is what we're working towards, not so much creating these, in a capitalistic sense, well-trained laborers. That's not who we are. And I think many generations have been fighting against that idea. And I think that, young people, again, with entrepreneurship being such a robust sector right now. It's looking more like an option than, say that 9 to 5. And we really as a society need to listen to that and sort of shape ourselves around that, starting with education.
Thank you. Yeah, you're absolutely right. In all movements in our society, we need to have this in mind. And one of the other things you touched upon earlier was about these social movements that we've had lately related to racial justice and equality. So, Ashraf, I wanted to touch a little bit more on that and ask you. We have seen young people, at the forefront of these social movements that have been emerging in the last few months. And so how do you think this energy and vitality that, we were just discussing with Tanika as well, can be channeled into enduring social transformation? Because ultimately, this is what we, as we talk about the change that we want to create in our society, from the purpose of what we go into to, the results that we're able to see in our society from our own actions. How do you see that?
I think that one thing that comes to mind, which was also mentioned earlier, is this idea of hope. And I think that youth need enduring sources of hope in order to continually channel energy and vitality into something as large as wanting to see a social transformation, a permanent structural change in the society that we live in. And I think that, we can see that every generation has causes that they champion, and some of those causes need sustained championing from generation to generation, need an entire society behind them before movement can really happen to the degree that our consciousness rises. Basically, our consciousness increases and we notice more and more change that's required in order to realize an ideal. And I think, like Tanika was saying, we can see how in the face of a crisis like the coronavirus, whole sectors are ground to a halt. Something that actually in the imagination of people before this crisis was impossible. Like, there's no way that things the way they are could stop. And I think now that we've seen that they can stop, that should also be, like a lesson for youth, like a recognition, not just for youth, but for our whole society, that with enough will, with enough of a recognition of basically the depth of the issue, the consequences of social ill like racism on our entire society, that it should begin to motivate this kind of drastic action. But I think that that kind of consciousness building, much as things have been promoted on social media, much as things have been shared in the news, that we can also tell from the tenor of the emerging conversation that it's been mostly just swept up into the very like us and them polarizing kind of setting that our national media is gripped by. And so, to see where that conversation actually advances, I think youth need to really speak to those around them in their community. If one is continually serving one's community and sees change at that level, which is actually, it's like a laboratory. It's like a level at which it's possible to actually learn how to build these environments of unity, then I think that will be the best place. If you want to build a society that recognizes the oneness of mankind, then we have to labor for that, probably for the rest of our lives, and also expect that it will be several generations worth of effort for us to move towards a goal that even now we can see, but we can't, we don't see it instantiated everywhere, but we can actually see that ideal with a lot more clarity than I think we could, 50 or 100 years ago.
This makes me think of the fact that, just as you mentioned, within history, we've always seen that youth can move the world, truly, when they get together with that energy and vitality. But as you mentioned, I think wanting to give all the structures and opportunities for them to perhaps even just be able to use that within their own communities and neighborhoods, like you said, and have that grassroots change and learning and experience would be a very big step towards some of these other changes that we've talked about, not to be redundant. But that brings me to also, because we've been talking about how young people can become these protagonists of change, as I mentioned at the beginning, and this can be in their communities, obviously. Youth also need mentorship and support. So Tanika, what kind of mentorship do young people need to contribute constructively to their communities? I mean, Ashraf just touched on that a little bit, and what do you think about that? And what do you think is the role of intergenerational relationships in this process?
Yeah, so I mean, everything that Ashraf said, I resonate with so deeply, because I think, young people, so those who are critically conscious and active, are trying to cultivate transformation at the local level, and not really seeing the supports or really knowing how. Social media is the most readily available tool, but not always the most effective. As Ashraf was saying, I totally agree. It's what needs to happen is this kind of local, smaller, sort of micro activism or push for transformation. And so just speaking in my experience, especially even with our health tech startup, a lot of the reason why we started that was for a social purpose. We founded this startup over a year ago, and we never would have imagined that coronavirus would essentially dominate the world right now. And so for us at the time, it was about recognizing a problem or a gap in our health system in Canada, and desiring to improve that for people who, like us, maybe have experienced or have been a part of healthcare in some way in a long-term capacity and have been disappointed by that experience. Since then, this desire has really blossomed into a whole host of social initiatives, one of which being to show young people as well as others that there are other ways you can start and run a corporation that don't require or depend on the hyper exploitation of human beings, natural resources, etc. And so for us, that has been an area where we have tried to evoke some kind of transformation. But at the same time, we don't really see too much meaningful mentorship in this area. It's challenging, and surely the experience is different for many people, but if I could speak specifically to entrepreneurship and the tech industry, especially for racialized founders, there's a lot of talk right now about wanting to support and fund Black and racialized founders, but on the ground, it's really hard to firstly access these funds, and secondly, find people who are willing to commit themselves to your very, very early startup project and give you meaningful support. And so what I think meaningful mentorship is, and Ashraf has talked about this a lot, is a kind of allyship, a kind of partnership wherein collectively you determine what are the goals that these young people are trying to achieve, and then support them alongside of them in achieving those goals. So I think that the purpose really needs to change and be less about the program or the activity or the initiative that the mentorship is under, and more about the individuals themselves and just really meeting them where they're at and supporting them in leading their own futures.
Where there is love, nothing is too much trouble. Where there is love, nothing is too much trouble. Where there is love, nothing is too much trouble. And there is always time. Where there is love,
do you think what you mentioned is linked to this intergenerational relationship as well? You know, do we always assume that maybe the mentor will be someone who's older and more experienced than, you know, or even from other, you know, generations within the society? How does that play a role?
It's interesting because in my experience, I have had and participated in more peer-to-peer, similar generational mentorship than I have intergenerational, though I would love to have more intergenerational mentorship. I think it needs to be a combination of both. I think that young people should be supported in supporting other young people. I have colleagues and friends from my undergrad who we still stay connected and support one another through whatever it is that we're, you know, experiencing in life, professionally, otherwise. But intergenerational mentorship can be extremely valuable in that, you know, there are life experiences that fundamentally shape the way that you understand the world. And sometimes it just takes a bit of time to get there.
Well, I have to say that I'm sure many youth will feel inspired, hopefully listening to everything that you have shared, the things that you're going through. And I'm inspired to know that you're viewing things in this way and experiencing in that way, and that you could also, you know, look at mentorship in this different way, which could be more like accompaniment, like, you know, really being there for someone and walking hand in hand and learning together, not necessarily only, you know, being a teacher and a student, but learning together and walking together, because truly we're all still learning and experiencing all these new conditions that you touched upon. And I feel like it's sort of like when we have an ecosystem, right? All these conditions come up and it affects us all in different ways, but we all together can help it, overcome it, and thrive again. So it really is a collective endeavor. And I don't know if there are any other reflections that either of you would like to share as we're reaching the end of our conversation today, but I know there's so much more we could talk about. So if there's any other reflections you would like to leave with us today, feel free. Yes, Ashraf.
Yeah, just from the comments that Tanika was making just now, I think that one thing that really struck me is in one of the programs that I'm working with university students, there's this opportunity for them to reflect on their perspective on history. And I think that, you know, it's one of those things you were saying is a benefit of intergenerational mentorship. And that's kind of like one-to-one, depending on the mentor, you're going to get a window into like a certain perspective on the development in a community or something like that. But just taking that and blowing it up all the way is, you know, it's sort of saying like our culture also operates in a sort of ahistorical mode. It tends to forget the past. And I've been to so many conferences where everyone can diagnose the problems, but rarely is there a vision for the future that's put forward, you know. So we kind of see ourselves as actually just being in this little condition, and we experience most of the world as a series of events. The global pandemic is an event, rather than being able to view the world, which I think, you know, I see in these materials a lot of the change that it encourages in the thinking in the youth is to be able to view their lives and what's happened in the past and in the future as parts of these larger processes. Being able to view, you know, which I think kind of comes back to those earlier comments about how it is that youth can kind of sustain hope. Like another way is to be able to see what I'm doing as part of a process and what I'm contributing to as part of a process that's been ongoing before me and will continue after me. And I'm doing one part in it now. And you know, on the constructive side. And so the more that I think youth can gain that kind of perspective, the more I think it opens doors to, you know, channeling their energies in a way that they won't look back and feel like it was wasted. You know, because that's another thing that youth can also learn by looking at older generations. Just, you know, this thing of the history again is just, you know, when we look at people who are at the end of life, some look back with pride and joy and happiness of their accomplishments, and others look back with sincere regret over the kinds of things that they didn't do. And I think that it would represent the kind of maturity that I think we need for young people to be able to look at their life in the moment from a perspective of a whole life lived.
Yeah, I have to agree with Ashraf on so much of that because especially the importance of history. And as you mentioned, it's a lot of work to sort of re-educate ourselves on our history. And I think that, part of the issue here is, supporting young people and encouraging young people to learn that history on their own. And then the other side of it is encouraging our political leaders to support these institutions in changing so that they are intended to do that, so that youth and young people don't need to re-educate themselves on what our history is, right? And so I would say take a bit of time out of that Netflix, out of that social media time, to really learn and relearn what has gotten us to this point. What social relations were like 20, 30, 40, 50, 100 years ago. How have they developed? How have they changed? Our civil rights movement, it feels like, has this kind of erasure in our society, especially in younger generations. Like, really, what were the principles? Who were the leaders? What did they write about? What did they care about? Are we just repeating a lot of the same arguments? Are we innovating upon them? And so what worked in that time and what didn't work in that time, so that we don't have to keep making these same sort of mistakes, or, even if the arguments and the methods of that activism was great and effective and could still be today, we also still need to change our approach, because as we've seen, there was a limit to that effectiveness, right? We still experience, and perhaps in ways more intense than the years shortly after the civil rights movement, we still experience racial and other kinds of inequity. And so we know there's a limit to that, and we've got to change our ways. And so learning our history can really help with that. But again, I understand that there are structural limitations to what we can and can't expect of young people. And so on the one hand, supporting them is our prerogative, but on the other hand, and perhaps even more so, should be to turn our attention to those who actually have the means to change our institutions. Fundamentally is also part of it, part of our work.
Thank you both for such a meaningful conversation and all your thoughts and sharing your experiences and your reflections, the things you have learned along the way. Thank you so much again for your time today. It has been wonderful to have you here on The Public Discourse.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
You have been listening to The Public Discourse, a podcast by the Baha'i Community of Canada's Office of Public Affairs. You can learn more about the Baha'i Faith at baha'i.ca and follow the work of our office at opa.baha'i.ca, where you will find links to our social media handles on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube.
You are listening to OWRS.
A 16-year-old girl living in a land so cruel. She said, "This is where I've got to be." Taken in the night, her heart full of lies. She said, "This is where I've got to be." How can I tell you? How could she be so young to know the truth in all her dreams? To stand before them, to hear them say, "Save your life and throw your faith away, all away." Mona with the children, send your love to me, and all around the world we'll be dancing. Every precious moment will be free. I can see her in my heart. The whole world was falling apart. She said, "This is where I've got to be." A captive in the light. Mona with the children. Send your love to me, and all around the world we'll be dancing. Every precious moment will be free. Mona with the children. Send your love. Ooh. Every precious moment will be free.
Thank you for tuning in. You can contact us at info@oneworldradiostation.org. Wishing you health and happiness. Bye for now. Welcome to One World Radio Station, promoting the oneness of God, oneness of religion, and oneness of humanity.
Let your heart burn with loving, loving kindness. Let your heart burn with loving, loving kindness.
Let it burn, let it burn, let it burn. For all who may cross your path. Let it burn, let it burn, let it burn. For all who may cross your path. Yeah. Let your heart shine with love like the sun from above. Dive deep into the sea to find the diamond in the rough. And unrestrained as the wind, you gotta stay. Be on your guard and vigilant every day.
Basically, we've traveled North America, but we've had a worldwide response, and we're very excited about the effect that this second CD will have.
Realization about the power that you hold to change civilization. I used to say hi and walk on by without looking people directly in the eyes. I used to think there wasn't too much to miss, but then I heard the words that go like this.
Let your heart
burn
with loving,
burn with the loving,
loving kindness.
Yeah.
Let your heart
burn with the loving,
loving kindness.
I think it's important to take some time to think about what that means to us. Let your heart burn with loving kindness. Let it burn, let it burn, let it burn. For all who may cross your path. Let it burn, let it burn, let it burn. For all who may cross your path.
Thank you for listening. Visit our website at oneworldradiostation.org.
We are the Aba, the Zulu, the Acholi, the Zapotec. We are from Angola, Algeria, Zambia. We are Colombians, Aitsaoun, French, Tangali, Finns, Ojibwa, Greek. We are the Aymara, the Mayans, the Dutch, the Yoruba, the Cree, the Inuit. We are from Tuvalu, Spain, Luxembourg, Argentina, Zimbabwe, Suriname.
We are the Poles, the Greenlanders, the Pakistanis, the Bank Islanders, the Maori, the Andangme. We are Mexican, Apache, Comorian, Swedes, Tigray. We are from Botswana, South Africa, Papua New Guinea, Equatorial Guinea, Guinea-Bissau, Martinique, Guadeloupe, Ireland, Uzbekistan, Canada.
This is the message of the Universal House of Justice to this wonderful Congress, that so wide a diversity of the human race as you represent has assembled at this commemorative event is in itself history making and is indeed an impressive demonstration of the potency and potential of the covenant as the instrument designed by the Lord of the age for the unification and pacification of the nations and peoples of the earth.
We are Germans, Sara, Guaymi, Somalis, Ekoi, Lebanese. We are the Babwa, the Babilis, the Tlingit, the people of Cameroon, the Oromo, the Haida, the Balante. We are Panamanians, Iroquois.
Now, therefore, I, David N. Dinkins, Mayor of the City of New York, in recognition of this important gathering in our city, do hereby proclaim Monday, November 23rd, 1992, in the City of New York as Baha'i World Congress Day.
We are the Latvians, the Lakota, the Arapaho, the Yami, the Yo, the Bribri. We are Australian, Torres Strait Islanders, Salish, Pygmies, Nepalese, Mauritanians. We are from the Bahamas, Scotland.
It is my privilege now to read to you a message to this Congress from the President of the United States of America. Baha'i teachings on religious tolerance, the unity of mankind, the elimination of prejudice, equality of the sexes, and universal peace embody principles that all people of goodwill admire and support. As you salute the life and writings of Baha'u'llah, I join you in praying that we may see the realization of these fundamental principles in every land. You have my best wishes for a meaningful celebration. George Bush.
Thank you for listening to OWRS.
Where there is love, nothing is too much trouble. Where there is love, nothing is too much trouble. Where there is love, nothing is too much trouble. And there is always time. Where there is love, nothing is too much trouble. Where there is love, nothing is too much trouble. Where there is love, nothing is too much trouble. And there is always time. Now you will feel no rain, for each of you will be shelter to the other. Now you will feel no cold, for each of you will be warmth to the other. Now you are two persons. but there is one life before you. Go now to your dwelling place to enter into the days of your togetherness. And may your days be good and long upon the earth. And may your days be good and long upon the earth. Nothing is more gentle than love. And may your days be good and long upon the earth. Nothing is more gentle than love. May your days be good and long upon the earth. Stronger, nothing higher. And may your days be good and long upon the earth. In heaven or on earth. May your days be good and long upon the earth. Stronger, nothing higher, nothing larger. There is love. Nothing is too much trouble. You will feel no rain. Now you will feel no cold. Nothing is more precious than love. There is love.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My name is Rochelle Bayani. I'm the representative of the Baha'i International Community to the European institutions. One of the most pressing concerns that is facing European society and will continue to face European society is the question about how different people of different backgrounds are to live together. And within this question, one predominant concern is how to counter racism and xenophobia. And naturally and importantly, a lot of our thinking and work will go into devising strategies to counter these different and specific forms of prejudice. The Baha'i International Community, however, believes that of equal importance is the need for all of us really to gain a deeper understanding of that which unites us. We believe that the ability to articulate what our common humanity consists of is what ultimately underlines our commitment to the elimination of prejudice. In a society as diverse as European society is today, we can no longer identify solely with our particular characteristics. In other words, with that which we're different. We need a conception of our identity that is much wider. We need a conception of our identity which includes all of the human family. And it is therefore that the Baha'i International Community encourages the OSCE to explore how educational processes, whether in the framework of school curricula or beyond, can help nurture in this generation and the generation to come a rich, robust, and expansive sense of our common identity, and develop amongst European populations a strong loyalty with and responsibility towards all of humanity, rather than only towards those sharing similar social, culture, or other characteristics.
Now we are listening to closing remarks by Bonnie Dougal, Principal Representative of the Baha'i International Community to the United Nations, at the Third Nishan Forum on the World Civilization, held at Shandong University, Jinan, China, May 20 to 23, 2014.
Thank you, President Zhang Rong, Mr. Zhu Zhalu, friends. I would like to begin by thanking the organizers of the Nishan Forum for bringing us together. Our different experiences, insights, our questions, our ways of seeing the world. And over the past 4 days, this forum has given us a space to speak with and listen to one another, to exchange ideas, and to crystallize and enrich our thinking about the progress of civilization. I have learned much from this experience and for this I am truly grateful. No doubt, our collective experience here will inform and shape our thinking as we return home and continue to work for the betterment of the world in our respective countries and communities, conscious of the common vision and aspirations that bind and inspire us. In these closing remarks, I would like to offer some reflections on the central theme of this forum, namely our pursuit of an ethic that can guide the people of the world in this period of history, a period characterized by a growing awareness of our interconnectedness, of our shared destiny as members of one human race. The desire to express a universal ethic for our global village and to connect our lives meaningfully to the community of humanity as a whole is deeply felt by growing numbers of people around the world. The question before us is of human flourishing. How can we organize our local, national, and global communities in a way that will enable human civilization to flourish, socially, culturally, technologically, materially, and ethically? This is, of course, a question that has occupied countless minds throughout the ages. At every stage, we have been challenged to balance a concern for ourselves and our own interests with concern for the well-being and happiness of others. Time and again, the great philosophers and teachers have raised before our eyes the implication of that moral precept, sometimes referred to as the Golden Rule. Do not do to others what we would not want others to do to us, Confucius declared millennia ago. Over 2,000 years later, Baha'u'llah, the founder of the Baha'i faith, echoed these words, saying, "If thine eyes be turned towards justice, choose thou for thy neighbor that which thou choosest for thyself." Thousands of years of intellectual and social history and the moral and ethical development that have been achieved over that span have brought us to the point where we can gather here today to explore, to imagine, and to articulate the elements of an ethic that will promote human flourishing. The possibility of a truly global conversation has for the first time appeared on our horizon. Not only can we see our physical unity represented in stirring photographs of our planet, but we have developed the technologies which make conversations about the contours of our shared future together possible. We are, for the first time, part of a global conversation, learning together what it means to be human. At the same time, even as we come together to pay tribute to the principles of justice, respect, and ethical behavior, we cannot ignore the fact that the voices of the masses of humanity are not yet part of this conversation. With limited scope for action and agency to play their full role in shaping the course of our common destiny. And as such, we have much to learn. To be sure, we are encountering some very difficult lessons along the way. We see revolutionary changes taking place in every sphere of human life, and in these changes, two fundamental processes can be discerned. One is destructive in nature, tearing apart those structures, attitudes, and habits that, while possibly useful in the past, now stand in the way of human flourishing. The other, integrative, is slowly laying the foundations for new patterns of human relationships. Yet, each in its own way carries us on the path to greater maturity and understanding. The processes of disintegration are apparent everywhere. In the environmental crisis, the exploitation of women and children, the persistence of corruption, the impotence of leaders and institutions to mend the fractures in the structure of society, in the extremes of wealth and poverty, and in the despair and indifference of entire societies that have lost a sense of hope. At the same time, we witness the sweeping integration, drawing diverse groups together, forging a sense of world citizenship, and opening new opportunities for cooperation and collaboration. To an extent unimaginable just a few decades ago, wars between nations are becoming more rare. Great progress has been made in taming discrimination against other human beings on a basis of difference alone. Millions have been lifted out of poverty. Advancements in science have opened undreamed of possibilities for the enhancement of human life. It seems that the threshold has been crossed, fundamental principles have been identified, articulated, and are gradually being given expression through individuals, communities, and social institutions throughout the world. It is clearer than ever that our reality as human beings is one that is deeply rooted in relationships, in our relationship with fellow human beings, within the family, the community, the nation, the global community, with the natural environment, and for many of us, with the notion of God or of heaven or transcendence. These relationships place on each of our shoulders responsibilities and duties. These, in turn, which shape the dynamics of reciprocity and cooperation that give vitality and meaning to our relationships. The emphasis on the relational nature of human life and on human duties and responsibilities, as expressed so eloquently in Confucian thought, remains vital to our life. For Baha'is, the principle that today is to infuse all facets of organized life is that of the oneness of mankind. While on its surface this principle appears simple enough, in practice its implications are far-reaching and profound, challenging us to imagine and create a community which has not existed in the history of human race. The principle of the oneness of mankind asks not merely for cooperation and goodwill, it challenges us to rethink and reconceptualize the relationships that have defined our society. Those relationships based on adversarialism, on domination, on exploitation, on discrimination, on dishonesty, on ignorance, or the like. The principle of the oneness of humanity calls for an organic change in the very structure of society, in the establishment of new patterns of human life and human interaction based in understanding, unity in diversity, mutualism, and cooperation. How will such a change come about? I don't think any of us knows in detail the answer to that. What we do know is that each of us bears a measure of responsibility. All human beings, wrote the founder of the Baha'i Faith, have been created to carry forward an ever-advancing civilization. The common ethic that we must construct must be one that enables each person, every man, every woman, every boy, and every girl to recognize this responsibility, to bear the weight that it places on their shoulders, and to be enabled to make their unique contribution to the advancement of the whole. As we go forth from this conference, let us embrace that sense of responsibility with the inspiration and insight we have gained in the course of the past few days, and be prepared to exercise it with greater wisdom and faith. Thank you.
This is OWRS.
Why you looking puzzled? You probably think there will never be peace, but we fit together like a puzzle because every piece is like a person with purpose. Without him, something's missing. If I omit any word from this verse, it'll throw off the rhythm. Without eyes, we don't got no vision, no ears, not a chance to listen, no hand, it's never written, no God, no world to live in. Everyone is part of one divine system. God's manifestations come to reveal all the gems that are hidden. The essence of his religion is to serve as a lamp. Ye are the fruits of one tree and the leaves of one branch. Deal ye one with another with the utmost love and harmony. So powerful is the light of unity. God is one, man is one, all is one. Until every soul is reached, no rest, cause the work ain't done. So if you're with us, join the circle. Your spirit is the missing piece. Look at that, we fit together so beautifully.
We are drops of one ocean, leaves of one tree. Mankind is one, so it's
Contact us by email at info@oneworldradiostation.org. Wishing you health and happiness. Bye for now. Welcome to One World Radio Station, promoting the oneness of God, oneness of religion, and oneness of humanity.
Is there any remover of difficulties? Save God, say praised be God. Is there any remover of difficulties? Save God, say praised be God. He is God. He is. He is. He is God. He is. All are his servants and all abide by his bidding. Dominion is God's, the Lord of the seen and the unseen, the Lord of creation. Dominion is God's, the Lord of the seen and the unseen, the Lord of creation. Is there any remover of difficulties? Save God, the Lord of creation. Is there any remover of difficulties? Save God, say praise be God. He is God. He is. He is. He is God. He is. All are his servants, and all abide by his bidding. All are his servants, and all abide by his bidding. All are his servants, and all abide by his bidding. Is there any remover of difficulties? Save God, say praised be God.
Thank you for listening to OWRS.
In one of his letters to the American believers, Shoghi Effendi has used 4 adverbs which help us which tell us how to teach. These 4 adverbs are prayerfully, tactfully, lovingly, persistently. We'll take one at a time, prayerfully. There is a letter from Shoghi Effendi in which he says that we must make teaching the dominant passion of our lives. Now, just think for a moment what this means. Think about the human race, generally speaking. They have passions. For example, a dominant passion in the non-Baha'i youth is pleasure. Another dominant passion is money. Another dominant passion is power, more power, and so on and so forth. Now, what should be the dominant passion of a Baha'i? He says, teaching the faith. In other words, I should want to teach the faith. I should need to teach the faith. I should love to teach the faith. I should be thinking about it when I get up in the morning. I should be thinking about it throughout the day. I should be waiting for an opportunity that I should seize to mention the name of Baha'u'llah, to mention the name of the faith with dignity. And the opportunity will come if I have this passion, if I'm longing to do that every day of my life. It doesn't take time, you know. While I am dealing with people in my office, while I am working, while I'm even going to the grocer's shop, whatever it is, if I have an opportunity, I should seize it in order to mention the name of the faith. And then, if the person is thirsty, that person will ask more questions. But I should drop the name. I should mention the name. In fact, there is a letter from Shoghi Effendi in which he says that we must mention the name at least once in 24 hours to a non-Baha'i. This is not Ali talking to you. This is Shoghi Effendi telling us. The guardian of our faith is telling us. When it becomes the dominant passion, that's what happens. Now, there is also a letter from Shoghi Effendi. Someone has asked Shoghi Effendi that, how can I find receptive souls? And she was living in a city, and she says, it's very difficult for me to find these receptive souls. What shall I do? Now, Shoghi Effendi's answer. He said, yes, he agrees. Shoghi Effendi agrees that there are receptive souls in every city. However, to find them, we have to use prayer. We have to pray every day. Oh God, send me receptive souls. He should, of course, that person should also mix with the people and be able to mention the name of the faith. But if the attitude is right, and God sees it, Baha'u'llah sees it, then He will send these receptive souls. Baha'u'llah in the Kitab-i-Aqdas, dear friends, says, we see you from our realm of glory, and we will assist you, we will help you with the cohorts of our angels from the concourse on high. They will come to you. Referring to this text in the Kitab-i-Aqdas, there is a letter from Shoghi Effendi to the American believers. He says, you are doubting? Let the doubter arise. Instead of saying, you doubting Thomas, get out of my sight, he says, come, my dear friend, you doubt what Baha'u'llah has said. Let the doubter arise and see for himself and herself how valid is the promise of Baha'u'llah, how he will come to our aid, how he will inspire us, aid us, help us. You know, I often think that we should explain things through examples. Now here is an example. Supposing there is a small town, and there is a tourist that has come to this town. And this tourist is looking for a special type of paintings. She doesn't know where to go. She goes to there is a tourist office, a tourist bureau. She goes to the tourist bureau and says, do you have shops here which sell old paintings? Now, there are two shops in that little town. One of them is always closed. The other one is always open. Let us ask ourselves what the answer of the tourist office will be. Will it be to give the address of the shop which is closed? Certainly not. The tourist office will give the address of the shop which is always open. What is happening to the other guy who has this shop? You know what he's doing? He's closed his shop. He just loves these paintings. He doesn't want to separate himself from the paintings. He brings his camera and takes a picture, another picture from a different angle. And then he has a number of books, encyclopedia and so on, trying to see when the artist drew this picture, under what conditions. He's writing a thesis on this particular picture. Now it's fine. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. But to close the shop, to be able to do that, he doesn't want to be disturbed. That is the reason, maybe. But he is not going to be sent, this client. The client will be sent by the tourist bureau, which is the concourse on high, to the shop that is open, to the Baha'i whose heart is open, to the Baha'i whose home is open, to the Baha'i who is waiting. He is standing almost on the sidewalk waiting to see who it is that's going to come and inquire. If this should be our attitude, Baha'u'llah will send his receptive souls, because they are his servants, they are his creatures. They love him and he loves them, because they are seeking the truth. They are genuine seekers of the truth. He will send them to us. And believe me, it is so easy to teach someone who is waiting and ready. As soon as you mention the faith, they will drink in everything, because they are ready. They are seeking. And it's very easy to teach that way. The second thing is the question of to teach tactfully. To teach tactfully is you have to know what the susceptibility is of that individual you're talking to. Is he somebody who is interested in prophecies, for example? You have to go into the prophecies in the Bible. Or if he's a Muslim, in the Quran. If he is not interested in prophecies and passages in the scriptures of past religions, he is more interested in social issues. You have to, this is where we correlate the teachings and our beliefs to the needs of the people. We speak in accordance with their needs, with their temperament. Lovingly, we should teach with love. Love in our hearts. Love, first of all, love for God. Love for Baha'u'llah. This beautiful poem which our friend read here. Love. Love for the teachings. Love for Baha'u'llah. Love for the whole idea of delivering the message to a receptive soul. To give the water of life to a thirsty soul. This type of love, pure love, selfless love, And finally, persistently. Persistently, we have to do it every day. And I've already mentioned that before. Now, we have excuses, of course. We say, you know, Mr. Naqshbandi, believe me, I understand all what you say, but if you look at me and the life that I have, I simply have no time. You don't know how busy I am. Okay. If you have listened to what I just said about the dominant passion doesn't take time at all. It's something, it's with you, in you. It is your love for the faith, your love to deliver the message prayerfully every day. The opportunity will come. It doesn't take time. It's with you every day, all the time. Think of a bee. A bee sits on a flower, or nature, if you like, has given this body a certain capacity to retain the pollen, the grains of pollen from this flower. It flies to another. It's totally unconscious. The bee is unconscious. But you and I are not bees exactly 100%. We are conscious beings. It flies to another flower. What happens? It deposits, some of these grains of pollen are deposited on the other flower. And as a result, there is an interaction, there is life. Life goes on. We are bees. We sit on the teachings. Even if we pick one grain of pollen from the teachings, we've carried something. We know about, let us say, the principles of the faith. That's enough. We know a little, we give little. We know more, we give more. Wisely, tactfully. So we shouldn't think that we have no time. We just mix with people, see what the needs are, and we just leave something from the teachings with them, with dignity, with measure, with moderation. Okay. And we should not be afraid. We should know that He will come to our aid, and He has said so. About knowledge, we have heard from Ruhiya Khanum something that her mother has said, and we hear it from Violette whenever she is able to deliver a talk on Mrs. Maxwell. Mrs. Maxwell used to say, the mother of Ruhiya Khanum, used to say that the faith is like a university. We register, but we never graduate. Never graduate. If you think that Mr. So-and-so, oh, he's a big scholar, there are many things he still does not know, or she does not know. We never become perfect in our knowledge of the faith. We are just growing all the time. We are learning all the time. So don't be afraid to teach the faith. On the third point, which is living the life, I read to you a passage from Shoghi Effendi. The last few passages, the last two passages. He gives a list of ethical teachings. At the very top, the very first one that he mentions is chastity. Now, in other letters, he advises the youth to commit to memory passages from the writings of Baha'u'llah and from the utterances of Abdul Baha, especially the talks that he gave in the West. He says, commit to memory these things and use them in your teaching work so that you deliver the message in its pure form. You don't include your own thinking as you are conveying the message of Baha'u'llah. memorize it and deliver it. Another suggestion that you find in the writings of Shoghi Effendi to the youth is public speaking. He says, if you are in a college and there is a class for public speaking, take the course on public speaking, because public speaking is important for the youth, because they have to proclaim the cause, they have to teach the cause, they have to promote the cause. They should be able to do it in an effective way. In other passages, he explains the importance of being active in the community. And I'm almost quoting his words. I've summarized it because of the time element. On the question of the importance of association with and participation in the work of the community, the fundamental Baha'i principle involved is that the advantage, follow this argument of Shoghi Effendi, please. The advantage of the part is best reached by the advantage of the whole. Shoghi Effendi points out again that man is organic with the social environment around him. His inner life molds the environment and is itself deeply affected by it. There is an action and interaction between the individual and the community. The individual supports the community helps the individual and his spiritual growth. The two work together.
If we knew, we would yearn to do the best we can. With each passing moment, know that each of life's offerings to be earned. If we knew, if we knew at each turn what each step would bring, we would prize the soft whispers of the ones who would wish us only good. If we knew, if we knew from the start how it was, we would realize that nothing is lost. And I believe we'd strive, whatever the cost. And I believe, one by one, we'll come home, be together. One by one, we'll come home, where we'll stay. There's a star in the dark waiting for us. There's a rose at the close of the day. If we knew what we'll learn at the long journey's end, we would make different choices, heed different voices from those we do. If we knew, if we knew when it's through, we'll stare at the truth. It will all come before us to haunt or reward us, the things we do. If we knew, if we knew we're never alone, no matter where we are or how far we go, There's always one who cares, who's near every soul. If we only knew. One by one we'll come home, be together. One by one we'll come home, where we'll stay. There's a star in the dark waiting for us. There's a rose at the close of the day. One by one we'll come home, be together. One by one we'll come home, where we'll stay. There's a star in the dark waiting for us. There's a rose at the close of the day.
Now, again, on the question of living the Baha'i life, somebody in the United States asked Abdul Baha, when he was there, that she wanted very much to live the Baha'i way of life. She asked, what shall I do? Now look at the answer that Abdul Baha has given. He says, if you want to live the Baha'i way of life, the first thing is to acquire a thirst for spirituality. In order to acquire a thirst for spirituality, you should do three things. You should pray. 2, you should read the writings of Baha'u'llah. 3, very strange thing he says for the third one, reflect upon life after death. Let us take the first one, this question of prayer. I have mentioned prayer several times during my presentation to you this evening. But because of what Baha'u'llah says in the hidden words, bring yourself to account each day before thou art brought to a reckoning. I think a Baha'i, a conscientious Baha'i, in private, should ask himself these few questions. Do I perform the obligatory prayers every day? One of these 3. Do I repeat 95 times Allahu Akbar every day? Only you can answer yourself. Do I read the Baha'i writings of Baha'u'llah twice a day, once in the morning and once in the evening? He doesn't say that we should read 10 pages. There's no reference to the amount of reading here. It could be 1 sentence. It's enough. But we should read, we should follow what Abdul Baha is telling us, what Baha'u'llah is telling us in the Kitab al-Aqdas. There is a letter from Abdul Baha in which he says, most of the time I am in an attitude of prayer. For those of you who speak Persian, because this has not been translated in any Baha'i book, در اکثر اوقات من در حال تضرعم. من در حال تضرعم. Most of the time I am in an attitude of prayer. Okay, he's the exemplar. He tells me and he tells you, be like me, follow me. Am I doing this? Am I in an attitude of prayer? Am I with God as I live my life? Or am I with my ego? These are questions that we have to put to ourselves. Do I feel the presence of God throughout the day? Or most of the hours of the day? Am I close to God? Do I realize that He sees me, that He knows me, that He hears me? Am I aware of that? These are the questions we have to put to ourselves. And if you are with God, believe me, He clearly says that He will be with us. He even goes further. In one of his writings he says, if you are with God, God will show you that He is with you. You will see that He is with you. In other words, He will show you signs that He is there with you, helping you, guiding you. This is not Ali telling you anything. I'm quoting for you texts. And I want these texts to enter into our lives and become part and parcel of our lives. And that's how we will grow. And the last one is reflection of life on life after death. In the hidden words, Baha'u'llah tells us, we don't know. Death will come to us unheralded, he says, unannounced. As I'm talking to you tonight, I may collapse and have a heart attack and create a problem for the organizing committee here. He says, unannounced, unheralded, suddenly. No one knows where his end or her end will be and when that end will be. And so Baha'u'llah, Abdul Baha is telling this dear woman who wants to live the Baha'i way of life, and reflect on life after death. Don't be afraid of the idea of death. Think about it. Think about it. Are you ready? We have immortal souls accountable to God. Am I ready to be in the presence of my Creator, my Almighty Creator? Am I ready to give account of my deeds? And He says, I even know your secret thoughts. That's in the hidden words. He says, everything you have done is recorded up there. That's in the hidden words. I can't hide anything. But if I think about these things, Abdul Baha is telling us that will help you to live the Baha'i way of life. Then he says, having done this, then you can begin living the Baha'i way of life. I know that we think, you can tell me, Ali, what you say is okay, but how can I do all these things that you are saying? Be fair, I am a weak creature. Who am I? How can I do all these things? Well, I know exactly how you feel. But I would like to give you the answer of Shoghi Effendi to the question of who am I? Before I do that, I want to tell you that Violette and I have traveled a great deal, have lived a long life. We have seen many drops becoming oceans, exactly as stated in the writings. We have seen gnats. G-N-A-T means mosquito. We have seen gnats, according to the writings, becoming eagles. We have seen atoms becoming suns. This is also in the writings. It's not you who does it. He does it through divine confirmations. He will come to our aid and transform us. He will recreate us. Shoghi Effendi uses this term, recreate. He says the cause has the power to recreate us. Only if we want to. Only if we turn to Him. Only if we arise. Only if we are ready to sacrifice. Only if we have pure motives. So, with this in mind, let me end my talk with these few passages, again from Shoghi Effendi. The cause was established by dedicated souls whose devotion, zeal, and self-sacrifice overcame every obstacle and won miraculous victories for the faith of God. We all have weak points. Please take these 4 words into your hearts. We all have weak points. Shoghi Effendi says the only exemplar of the faith was Abdul Baha. Even he himself in the dispensation of Baha'u'llah says that he as guardian is not a perfect mirror of the teachings of Baha'u'llah. He, Shoghi Effendi. Why does he say this? He says this so that, excuse me, you and I will not say we are perfect Baha'is. We are not. I'm standing here before you. I have weak points. We all have weak points. This is what Shoghi Effendi is saying. We are all imperfect. The teachings are perfect. Abdul Baha was perfect. I'll read again. We all have weak points. But when we arise to serve Baha'u'llah, He helps us to overcome them in a truly miraculous way. The glory of our faith is not that people with unique abilities do the work of the cause, but that it is done by the sacrifice of loving and devoted souls who arise selflessly to undertake work they feel themselves incompetent sometimes to achieve. God works through them and endows them with gifts they did not dream they could ever possess.
Oh God.
Welcome to One World Radio Station, promoting the oneness of God, oneness of religion, and oneness of humanity.
This is the river of everlasting life that hath flowed from the wellspring of the pen of the merciful. Well is it with them that drink. This is the river of everlasting life that hath flowed from the wellspring of the pen of the merciful. Well is it with them that drink. O my servant, abandon not for that which perisheth, an everlasting dominion, and cast not away celestial sovereignty for a worldly desire. This is the river of everlasting life that hath flowed from the wellspring of the pen of the merciful. Well is it with them that drink. This is the river of everlasting life that hath flowed from the wellspring of the pen of the merciful. Well is it with them that drink. O my servant, abandon not for that which perisheth, an everlasting dominion, and cast not away celestial sovereignty for a worldly desire. This is the river of everlasting life that hath flowed from the wellspring of the pen of the merciful. Well is it with them that drink. This is the river of everlasting life that hath flowed from the wellspring of the pen of the merciful. Well is it with them that drink.
Thank you for listening to OWRS.
The Wilmette Institute offers many courses on the writings of Baha'u'llah, and it seems a good idea at the beginning of these courses to have a general summary of the nature of Baha'u'llah's revelation, its content, the history of its development, and the breadth of the type of texts that were revealed. So probably the best place to start is to give you some idea of quantity. We have preserved at the Baha'i World Center in Haifa, Israel, over 20,000 separate documents. The general word used for these documents are tablets, and many of them are just letters. Some of them are book length, some of them are poems, some of them are treatises of various sorts. So there's really quite a wide range of genres, as we will see in a minute. These were revealed up to 1892 when Baha'u'llah passed away. The oldest ones we have, in writing at any rate, date back to 1853, I believe, or 52. So we have 40 entire years of revelation. According to the Baha'i World Center, they've put all of this now into a digital database. Over 6 million words have been digitized in Arabic and Persian by Baha'u'llah. And according to a count that I did recently, we have about 480,000 words of Baha'u'llah available in English translation. This is, of course, you can now have software add these things up for you, so that's what I did. That would be about 8% of the total revelation of Baha'u'llah that has been translated into English over the last 150 or so years. Baha'u'llah writes primarily in Arabic, sometimes in Persian as well, and sometimes he writes in a mixture of the two. These are basically Persian sentences with extensive Arabic in them, sometimes with entire Arabic quotations, such as Quranic quotations embedded in them. And in the 19th century, you would have had to have been a fairly well-educated person to read many of these tablets. He can sometimes write things, of course, more simply, and if he writes poetry, that's a totally different thing. But there's quite a range of things that Baha'u'llah produced. Even where poetry is concerned, he didn't just produce one particular kind of poetry, but several different types of poetry. These are specific rhyme schemes in Persian and Arabic that you have to follow in traditional poetic genres, and Baha'u'llah did that as well. In addition to poems, he wrote prayers, many, many letters to people, or sometimes they're called epistles, which is just a fancy word for letters, treatises, polemical texts. If he was attacked, he would write sometimes lengthy, book length, even responses to those, laws, many different kinds of texts that Baha'u'llah wrote. One of the most valuable summaries of the writings of Baha'u'llah was by Adib Taherzadeh, and his 4 volumes, each of which is several hundred pages in length, covers, believe it or not, only 86 different writings by Baha'u'llah. So that gives you some idea of the huge extent of material that has been produced and the depth that we've begun to explore some of this material. Gleanings from the writings of Baha'u'llah, which is a very popular general text in English, has 166 extracts. Prayers and Meditations by Baha'u'llah, another English language translation, has 184 extracts. And of course, sometimes there's more than one extract from the same source. So this is not 184 or 166 different works by Baha'u'llah, but no doubt a smaller number of works from which materials have been selected. One Baha'i maintains something he calls the Leiden List. I believe you can find it using Google. And he has 513 tablets by Baha'u'llah, last I looked, in the Leiden List, where he can actually give a name for a tablet, a date of revelation of the tablet, and a recipient for the tablet. No doubt there's more information available than that at the Baha'i World Center in Haifa, but again, it has not really been completely correlated, and eventually, no doubt it will be released, but they haven't gotten to that point yet. The various courses the Wilmette Institute offers on the writings of Baha'u'llah cover approximately 30 of these works by him. So there's a huge amount that still could be covered. We have partial or full translations from perhaps 500 different tablets from Baha'u'llah. Now, of course, when you say that there's, how many altogether, 20,000 tablets, and we only have 500 of them available in English, you immediately think, well, that's only at the tip of the iceberg. In actual fact, the ones we have are the longest, most important tablets, the ones that are read the most widely, the ones Baha'u'llah himself recommended, the ones Abdu'l-Baha recommended be translated into English. And so the selection of this material we have in English is far more important than these numbers might suggest. That said, that doesn't mean there aren't some amazing things lurking out there that no doubt in the future we will all benefit from having available in our own language. I've often thought that 100 years from now, 200 years from now, there will be talks given titled like Water Imagery in Tablet 8375, because we'll have to number the tablets in order to be able to identify them. There's so many of them, it would be the only way that we could. English is very lucky that we have so much available. French, Italian, Spanish, German, Swahili, Chinese, Japanese, they have less. And if you go to languages where you have a smaller population or a population that's perhaps less literate, like Mongolian or Nepali, something like that, Zulu, the quantity of material available in those languages, of course, is even less. And there's a huge effort at translating Baha'u'llah's revelation into as many languages as possible, and there's now Baha'i literature available in about 800 languages. When we translate these things, the translations by Shoghi Effendi, Baha'u'llah's great-grandson and the guardian of the Baha'i faith from 1921 to 1957, those are the standard translations that we use, and the way he translated it, the approach that he took to translation gives us the clues for how to render these texts into these other languages. And frequently, the translations are being made from the authorized translations from English as well. Baha'u'llah himself describes his revelation as an ocean. And you see here in Gleanings from the Writings of Baha'u'llah, page 136, an example of this particular passage, this particular image. Immerse yourselves in the ocean of my words that you may unravel its secrets and discover all the pearls of wisdom that lie hid in its depths. So here we have a good description of the quantity and of the majesty and of the immense importance of this revelation that we will be studying. It's useful to do a comparison between this and earlier religions to get some idea of what more the Baha'i faith has. There's a quotation from an Islamic tradition. I don't know whether it's from the Prophet Muhammad or whether it's from one of the Imams, but Shoghi Effendi quotes it in the World Order of Baha'u'llah, page 24, where this tradition says, knowledge is 27 letters. In other words, a complete alphabet. This is an alphabet of 27 letters. All that the prophets have revealed are 2 letters thereof. No man thus far hath known more than these 2 letters, but when the Qa'im shall arise, he will cause the remaining 25 letters to be made manifest. Now, the Qa'im in this case is not Baha'u'llah, it's the Bab. And so this is an indication of how much greater the revelation of the Bab is compared to all of the revelations of the past. And of course, the revelation of Baha'u'llah is even more momentous than that. So it's worth looking at this passage from this Islamic tradition to give some context, some sense of scale and scope and of importance to this revelation. When we actually sort of look at things more specifically, we'll note that, for example, Abraham was presumably illiterate, and even if he had written anything down, nothing that he wrote has survived. Moses' revelation also was an oral tradition from about, say, 1250 or 1300 BCE until about the year 1000 BCE, 250 to 300 years. And when the revelation of Moses was first being written down, that's also when Abraham's was written down. And Abraham lived perhaps 1800 BCE, 800 or more years before the point of writing of these texts, these really legends at this point. The Hebrew Bible, or as Christians call it, the Old Testament, has a total of 593,000 words. At least that's one number I found on the web. You will find other numbers that are similar to this. That, of course, means it's about 1/10 the quantity of text that Baha'u'llah himself provided. And of course, a lot of that is not straight from Moses or Abraham. A lot of that is stories, it's history, it's all kinds of other things which are very important for understanding the history of the Jewish people, but nevertheless are not actually revelation. The revelation of Jesus, which occurred more recently than that of Moses, 1,200 or so years after Moses, it's also not written down right away. It was an oral tradition for somewhere between 10 and 60 years. And Jesus spoke in Aramaic, but his words were finally written down not in Aramaic, but in Greek. So you had this lengthy oral process of transmitting his teachings and spontaneously translating them from one language to another. Much of Christianity, of course, is not even founded on the words of Jesus. They founded on the words of the Apostle Paul. And it's interesting to note that if you look through a New Testament, through the Gospels, and add up all the words reportedly uttered by Jesus, they amount to about 1,000 to 2,000 words, something like that. You'll see both of those numbers cited on the web, and has a lot to do with sort of how you determine what words to count or what ones not to count. The New Testament itself has something like 181,000 words. Remember again, Baha'u'llah's 6 million. Muhammad's revelation, which was an oral tradition for about 10 years, was then carefully written down and became what is called the Quran. The Quran is understood to consist of only words that Muhammad received from God through revelation, and not words Muhammad himself added to the revelation. So it's not considered to be any words from the manifestation, only words from the divine source itself. And the Quran has 77,000 words in it. By comparisons with the Bab, for example, we have today preserved in the Baha'i World Center archives 2,000 different tablets and over 5 million words. Note that Baha'u'llah had 20,000 or so tablets and 6 million words, which tells you that the Bab wrote a lot of very lengthy things. He didn't have a chance to write very many letters, but he wrote a lot of treatises instead. So he produced lots of lengthy texts, and we have a lot of books from the Bab that have survived, and the Wilmot Institute has courses about them as well. The writings of Baha'u'llah's successor, Abdu'l-Baha, his son, born in 1844 and died in 1921. We have about 5 million words from Abdu'l-Baha as well, something like 30,000 different works, again, almost all letters, though he also gave a lot of talks. And we have 3 books written by Abdu'l-Baha, all written actually during Baha'u'llah's, 2 of them were written during Baha'u'llah's lifetime. And Shoghi Effendi, Abdu'l-Baha's successor, the authorized interpreter of the faith from 1921 to 57, wrote something like 22,000 different works, and 5 million words are there as well. These word counts again come from the Baha'i World Center. So if you add the 5 million of the Bab, 5 million of Abdu'l-Baha, the 5 million of Shoghi Effendi, and the 6 million of Baha'u'llah, and these are approximates, and these are also at least, according to the World Center, we have 21 million words in the authoritative texts of the Baha'i faith. That truly is a remarkable ocean. Now, Baha'u'llah doesn't just reveal everything all at once. He reveals certain themes first, and once he starts to reveal a theme, he generally continues working on that theme for the rest of his life throughout the revelation, but then he might add another theme to it, and then another theme, and then another theme. So if you look at the writings of Baha'u'llah and you arrange them in chronological order, you will get some sense of how the revelation broadened out over time. The earliest texts by Baha'u'llah were often short mystical poems, and these focus on the spiritual journey of the individual toward the divine. In other words, the eternal mystic quest of the individual for union with God. And this is the true heart of any religious experience, the mystical connection between the individual and God. So Baha'u'llah starts there, and then he begins to talk about other things such as the nature of God, the nature of revelation, afterlife, and covenant. He talks about other sacred texts, the Quran and the Bible in particular, and even sometimes Zoroastrian texts. He interprets them. He explains some of their meanings, especially prophetic passages. He begins to clarify the teachings of past religions or elaborate upon them. We see this starting, well, with the Gems of Divine Mysteries and the Kitab-i-Iqan, certainly, which are revealed in 1861 or so. So we have already from 1853 to 1861 this progression from the mystical on towards the talking about these other religions, and of course the mystical theme continues at that point. Then of course Baha'u'llah announces his mission first to a select group of followers in the Rezvan Garden in Baghdad in 1863, and then gradually to the entire world. So you begin to get the proclamation of his mission in a public way. But you can find that theme also all the way back as far as his first poem, because it's revealed, it's written in revelation form. It's not written like he were just some mystical master. It's written as if it were a revelation. And you see this also in the Kitab-i-Iqan, where he talks about it being revealed by the B and the H by Baha. At the end of that particular book, he uses that word revealed. So he doesn't overtly announce his mission at the beginning, but he hints at it all the way back to the beginning, and then begins to announce it more publicly, overtly, in the late 1860s. Then moving from the late 1860s into the 1870s, he begins to reveal laws, major principles of behavior. This especially is things like the Kitab-i-Aqdas, where he gives his laws, laws of fasting and inheritance and such. He begins to outline the structure of the Baha'i community. He talks about feast. He talks about the spiritual assembly, which he at that point refers to as the House of Justice. Then you move on into the 1870s, 1880s, early 1890s. He begins to talk about world civilization and the need for global structures. Even in the Kitab-i-Aqdas, he talks about the need for a world language in the 1870s. So you see how progressively the view broadens out from the individual all the way out to the entire world. But he doesn't stop, of course, talking about the individual. And he doesn't start talking about global things at the very beginning either. So he gradually reveals different themes and then continues to elaborate upon them. But you can easily argue that the latest themes are often hinted at, or they exist in nucleus, seed form, even in many of the earliest writings as well. So there's a continuous unfoldment that we see in the writings of Baha'u'llah.
Make way for the blessed beauty. Get ready for a brand new dawn. Make way for the blessed beauty. The time for waiting has come and gone. Can't you hear the trumpets sounding? Hear, oh Gabriel, raise the call. Can't you hear the trumpets sounding, ringing out to one and all? He has come. He has come with the message for the world. A message of hope, a message of love, a message of peace, a message from above. Make way for the blessed beauty. The Prince of Peace has come at last. Make way for the blessed beauty. The times will be a-changing fast. He has come. He has come with the message for the world. A message of hope. Message of hope. A message of love. A message of love. A message of peace. A message of peace. from above. Message of hope, a message of hope, a message of love, a message of love, of peace, a message from above. He is come in the name of Baha'u'llah.
It's interesting to talk about what revelation is, because when we talk about revelation, we have to understand what Baha'u'llah was experiencing and what he was actually doing when he received revelation. He wasn't just sitting at a desk and writing down his texts like you and I might. If we didn't happen to have a computer, we'd have to do it by hand, you know. Instead, he actually received them and chanted or dictated them aloud because they came to him so quickly. And so we have this particular account, again from Adib Taherzadeh's book, The Revelation of Baha'u'llah, Volume 1, page 36. In these days, Mirza Agha Jan, who was Baha'u'llah's secretary, as instructed by Baha'u'llah, would first read the letters that they received to him, and then, as Baha'u'llah dictated, write the tablets in answer to them. The verses of God were revealed with great rapidity and without prior contemplation or meditation. By reason of the speed with which these were written, the recorded words were mostly illegible. Some of them no one was able to read. Even Mirza Agha Jan himself sometimes had difficulty in deciphering his own writing and had to seek the help of Baha'u'llah for clarification. So that gives you a sense of how quickly Baha'u'llah received from on high his revelation. The Kitab-e-Iqan, one of the most important works of Baha'u'llah's, which in English translation is perhaps 250 pages long, was produced, according to eyewitnesses, in 48 hours. So we have truly remarkable examples of what revelation meant, something that really is a kind of unworldly phenomenon. Here we actually have an example of what's called revelation writing. And if you know anything about Arabic, you can recognize a few letters here. You can recognize, for example, H's frequently in here, or perhaps an initial Sod or an initial Aleph or an initial Ain. But one of the things you may notice is there are no dots in this text at all. And Arabic and Persian is, both of them, their alphabets are totally dependent upon dots to tell letters apart. A single vertical stroke with a little hook to it, with a dot underneath it means a B, 2 dots underneath are a Y, 3 dots underneath in Persian are a P, 1 dot on top is an N, 2 dots on top is a T, 3 dots on top is a TH, and otherwise it's just a stroke with a little hook to carry you on to the next letter. So that gives you some idea of what happens if you drop the dots. The stroke is the same, but without the dots. You don't know which of the 6 letters is being written. And as you see here, there are no dots at all. Most Persian letters, which are mostly from Arabic, require dots. And so without them, you have a kind of shorthand that you then must very quickly, from your own memory of what was said, convert into a readable text. And that is exactly what Mirza Agha Jan did. He would then take that text, bring it back to Baha'u'llah, and Baha'u'llah would read it over, correct it, and then the corrected version would go out. Unfortunately, the Baha'i World Center in the 19th century did not have photocopying machines, needless to say, and so sometimes the only clear copy was mailed out, and we were then dependent upon the descendants of those people to send the original or a good photographic copy back to the World Center, and otherwise it's just the revelation writing that has been preserved. We will probably be finding tablets of Baha'u'llah in people's attics or in collections of papers for several centuries. Not too long ago, perhaps 20 years ago, somebody found a signature, for example, of Shakespeare, which no one had known was available. It's like the 10th or 11th time someone had found a signature of Shakespeare, and this is about 500 years after Shakespeare's death. I wouldn't be at all surprised if we don't have a similar situation with the writings of Baha'u'llah for centuries, finding additional tablets that we may have known were written, but we no longer had copies of. Here's another statement by Taherzadeh himself about the importance of revelation. The greatest proof of the authenticity of the manifestations of God is the revelation of the words of God. No one else is capable of doing this. The holy word revealed from the heaven of the will of the All-Merciful first descends upon the pure and radiant heart of the manifestation of God, and then is spoken by him. In his tablet to Nasir-ad-Din Shah, Baha'u'llah confirms this in these words, quote, "This thing is not from me, but from one who is almighty and all-knowing." And so this is exactly the situation. Eyewitnesses who were present when Baha'u'llah received revelation not only heard it, but felt it. They were physically overwhelmed by the experience of being present when revelation was coming down and being received by Baha'u'llah. So it's truly an amazing thing that the world will not witness again for 1,000 years. Now, as I mentioned, there are these different classifications of the writings of Baha'u'llah by type, and Fazl-e Mazandarani was a well-known Persian Baha'i scholar, and he divides things up this way. First of all, he notes that there are different tones to the tablet. Some can have a tone of authority and command, others servitude, meekness, and supplication. You can even find variations in tone sometimes in the same tablet, by the way. And that sometimes when you're studying a tablet by Baha'u'llah or text by Baha'u'llah, it's important sometimes to pay attention to the tone and see how it changes. Then Fazl-e Mazandarani talks about the subjects covered by the tablets, and he notes 7 major types of subjects. Some deal with the interpretation of scriptures, religious beliefs, and doctrines of the past. Others deal with laws and ordinances which have been enjoined for this age, or laws of the past that have been abrogated. Baha'u'llah spends a lot of time abrogating laws of Islam, for example. Then there are mystical writings that are within this classification. Tablets concerning matters of government and world order are those addressed to the kings. Baha'u'llah wrote to quite a few kings and rulers, including also not just kings, but also the Pope and various ministers of the Sultan of Turkey. Then there are tablets dealing with subjects of learning and knowledge, divine philosophy, mysteries of creation, medicine, alchemy, etc. And so you have these amazing and mysterious tablets to consider as well. Tablets exhorting men to education, goodly character, and divine virtues, and tablets dealing with social teachings. So that's one way of dividing up topics that Baha'u'llah revealed on. In terms of genres, again, we've talked a little bit about this, and one can identify 5 different literary genres. Letters to individuals, by far the most common form of revelation from Baha'u'llah. The vast majority of tablets are just simply letters. They're usually revealed in what's called the epistolary style. They often have a greetings to the person. They often have an exhortation, an opening of some sort, and usually a closing, just like a typical letter in the West. But of course, the opening and closing are typical of Persian and Arabic culture of the 19th century. Then you have essays or books. Sometimes they are also revealed as a letter, like the Kitab-e-Igan, revealed to the uncle of the Bab in answer to a large number of questions that he posed to Baha'u'llah. Sometimes these have elaborate arguments. They can be lengthy. There can be a complex internal structure. It can be division into chapters and sections, these kinds of things. Then there are essays or books not revealed to a specific person. This category is very rare. The only thing I can think of that was ever revealed by Baha'u'llah not to a specific person is the Kitab-i-Aqdas. Every other major work by Baha'u'llah was revealed to somebody that I can think of anyway. Then there are poems, very few of which are available in English, and prayers, many of which have been translated into English. Finally, it's useful to provide a quick timeline so that you get some sense of when all these things happened and what the order is that you find them in. Baha'u'llah, of course, was born in November of 1817 and died in May of 1892 at the age of 75. So you have 3/4 of a century in there. In 1844, he accepted the Bab, his forerunner, and at that point he became a Babi, you might say. In 1853, he was sent into the Black Pit by the Shah. He was arrested and thrown in prison right after an attempt by some Babis to assassinate the Shah, which he had nothing to do with. They eventually exonerated him and released him, so he was in the Black Pit for 4 months. And while he was there in the Black Pit, or Siyah Chal, that's the Persian word for Black Pit, he received sort of the symbolic beginning of his revelation, where he experienced revelation flowing over him. And we have one poem, the Rashet Amma, from that particular time. We also have some evidence that he was revealing even before the Siyah Chal event, but I don't know that we have any texts that have survived from that time. Then he was he was forced to leave Iran. He went immediately to Baghdad, and from Baghdad he went off into a kind of self-imposed retreat in Kurdistan for 2+ years. And while he was in Kurdistan, he met many Sufis and became quite well known as a mystical figure. He then returned to Baghdad, where he revealed the hidden words, 7 valleys, 4 valleys, gems of mysteries, gems of divine mysteries, I should say, is the full title, in the Book of Certitude, or Kitab-i-Igan. We have the exact date of the Igan is January, I think the 16th, but we can look that up. 1861, when that particular book was revealed. We don't have exact dates for most of the others, but the Gems of Divine Mysteries was revealed before this Book of Certitude and after probably the 7 Valleys, because it's a sort of in between those two works in terms of style and content. We don't always know about the dates of these other works. Then, of course, in 1863, Baha'u'llah was exiled first to Istanbul, which at that time was called Constantinople by Westerners, and he arrived there in the summer. Then in December of 1863, he was sent on to Edirne, or Adrianople, as it was called at that time by Europeans, and he was in Edirne for parts of 5 years, from 1864 to 1868. While he was there, he began to reveal his tablets to the various kings and rulers towards the end of that period of time. And he continued to do that after he was exiled for one last time to the city of Akka. He arrived in Akka in the summer of 1868 and spent the rest of his days in Akka, or in the vicinity of Akka. This is, of course, in what is today now northern Israel. At that time, it was part of the Ottoman Empire and the province of Syria. He continued writing tablets to the various kings and rulers. Then in 1873, the Kitab-i-Aqdas, or Most Holy Book, was revealed by him, which gave many of the laws of the faith, fasting, many teachings about world organization, like the need for an international language, many exhortations to leaders around the world, such as a passage written to the presidents of the republics of the Americas. 1876 to 1878, a series of tablets that are now published in Tabernacle of Unity appeared. These were tablets to Persians of Zoroastrian background. Zoroastrians began to become Baha'is in Iran, and these, of course, are members of the ancient pre-Islamic religion of the country. And Baha'u'llah wrote them frequently in what is called pure Persian. This is Persian with no Arabic words. It's rather like trying to write English without any words of French or Latin background. Extremely difficult. And Baha'u'llah was a master in writing pure Persian. Then he revealed a series of tablets which have been published in a book called Tablets of Baha'u'llah, revealed after the Kitab-i-Aqdas. There's about 20 of them there. The Eshraqat, Besharat, Tarazat, the Lohe Hikmat, the Tablet of Wisdom, quite a few tablets that are very important in that particular volume. Most of them revealed in the late 70s, 80s, and into the early 90s, and they often deal, again, with issues of world order. Then, in the last year or so of his life, he produced the Epistle to the Son of the Wolf, which was a 200-page or so letter to the Son of the Wolf, who was the son of a major persecutor of the Baha'is in the city of Esfahan, where he provided a kind of summary of many of his teachings, a compilation of some of his most important texts, and, of course, exhorted the Son of the Wolf to repent from his terrible deeds, because he was also persecuting the Baha'is. Baha'u'llah also pitched his tent on Mount Carmel during this last year or so of his life, and he revealed the Tablet of Carmel, which is very important, but very short, beautiful tablet, which basically is the mandate for building the Baha'i World Center on Mount Carmel. And then, of course, he passed in May of 1892. So that's a very quick summary of some of the most important writings of Baha'u'llah. Gives you some sense of when they were revealed, a sense of where Baha'u'llah lived at different times, and these different periods of his life, the Baghdad period, the Adrianople period, the early and late Akka periods, are often used for dating his tablets, because sometimes tablets in those 4 periods have certain themes in particular. I hope that helps you understand the writings of Baha'u'llah, and any courses you take through the Wilmot Institute will provide you additional exposure to the teachings and the details of how these tablets were produced.
Look around, tell me what do you see right before your eyes? Everyone's just in a rush to leave, too caught up to perceive the light. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Tell me, what about my brother on the street? We bleed the same crimson street. Everyone's just in a rush to leave, too busy asleep in a dream. It's time to hear the cries. When will we realize? It's time to hear the cries. We pray for paradise. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Better watch out for the man on the screen. Name what you gotta make you happy. Everyone's just in a rush to lead to a greater belief we're a family. It's time to hear the cries. When will we realize? It's time to hear the cries. We came to paradise. I feel it surging from every direction. It seems nobody attempts to care.
Thank you for tuning in. You can contact us at info@oneworldradiostation.org. Wishing you health and happiness. Bye for now.
My God, aid thou thy trusted servants to have loving and tender hearts. Help them to spread amongst all nations of the earth the light of guidance that cometh from the company on high. Verily, thou art the strong, the powerful, the mighty, the all-subduing, the ever-giving. Verily thou art the generous, the gentle, the tender, the most bountiful, Abdul-Baha.
Thank you for tuning in. You can contact us at info@oneworldradiostation.org. Wishing you health and happiness. Bye for now. Welcome to One World Radio Station, promoting the oneness of God, oneness of religion, and oneness of humanity.
O Son of Man, for everything there is a sign, the sign of love is fortitude under my decree, and patience under my trials. O Son of Man, the true lover yearneth for tribulation, even as doth the rebel for forgiveness, and the sinful for mercy.
Son of Man, the temple of being is my throne. Cleanse it of all things, that there I may be established, and there I may abide. O Son of Being, thy heart is my home, sanctify it for my descent. Thy Spirit is my place of revelation. Cleanse it for my manifestation. For my manifestation. For my manifestation.
You are listening to OWRS.
Just as all the world's major religions have dawned in the East, the Baha'i Faith had its roots in Iran, which once was known as Persia. It was the middle of the 19th century. An air of religious fervor permeated Christian, Jewish, and Islamic countries around the world. Predictions by Bible scholars sparked a new wave of evangelism and the birth of Adventist denominations. Thousands flocked to the Middle East to await the appearance of the Messiah. Meanwhile, in Shiraz, Iran, a young merchant quietly proclaimed that he was the bearer of a revelation from God, referring to himself as the Bab, meaning the gate. He explained that he was the forerunner of a divine teacher greater than himself, who would soon appear and bring about a new age of unity and peace. The Bab's spiritual and moral teachings spread rapidly throughout Persian society. He promoted the upliftment of women and the poor, and encouraged universal education and the study of science, themes considered radical in a society still steeped in centuries-old traditions. Perceiving the progressive new faith as a threat, religious and civil authorities imprisoned and killed thousands of the Bab's followers. In 1850, the Bab himself was executed by firing squad in this public square in Tabriz, and his remains were hidden away by his followers. In 1852, in Tehran, one of the most courageous supporters of the Bab, a nobleman named Mirza Hussein Ali, was arrested, tortured, and cast into a subterranean dungeon known as the Black Pit. While in prison, through the foul air, filth, and pitch-black darkness, came the first intimations of a divine revelation within him. He later described, "The breezes of the all-glorious were wafted over me, and taught me the knowledge of all that hath been. This thing is not from me, but from one who is almighty and all-knowing. And he bade me lift up my voice between earth and heaven." When finally released and banished to Baghdad, he began to revive the dispirited followers of the Bab. In 1863, he publicly declared that he was the promised one of whom the Bab had spoken. He took the name Baha'u'llah, meaning glory of God, and his followers became known as Baha'is.
He that ruleth
As Baha'u'llah's followers multiplied, Ottoman and Persian authorities sought ways to suppress his influence. After unsuccessful attempts on his life, they mounted campaigns to harass and discredit him. Eventually, he received an invitation to meet with the Grand Vizier of the Ottoman Empire in Istanbul, and thus began the next stage of his exile. He was exiled first to Istanbul, then to Adrianople. Finally, they condemned him to perpetual imprisonment in the ancient city of Akka, located in present-day Israel. Akka was the harshest prison colony in the Ottoman Empire. The foul climate and vermin-infested buildings made life in Akka one of the most severe punishments possible. Arriving in 1868, Baha'u'llah was confined in the citadel, along with some 70 followers and family members who had been exiled with him. While in the prison city of Akka, Baha'u'llah wrote many of his important works, addressing the kings and rulers of his day, and explaining the laws and principles of his religion. For one who spent most of his life in prison and exile, he revealed a profound global perspective when he wrote,
"It is not for him to pride himself who loveth his own country, but rather for him who loveth the whole world. The earth is but one country, and mankind its citizens."
Impressed by Baha'u'llah's character, the local authorities eventually relaxed the conditions of his imprisonment, and he moved a short distance north to Baji, where he spent the remaining 12 years of his life. During this time, he made several visits to Mount Carmel, which is in Haifa, Israel. In 1891, from a spot marked by a distinctive circle of cypress trees, he chose a permanent resting place for the Bab on Mount Carmel. Baha'u'llah passed away in 1892. His remains were laid to rest in a small building next to his home in Baji. This shrine of Baha'u'llah and the shrine of the Bab on Mount Carmel are places of pilgrimage for Baha'is around the world.
Thank you for listening to OWRS.
When Mr. Olinga, the hand of the cause of God, at that time he was not a hand, visited the beloved guardian in Haifa, Shoghi Effendi told him that every seeker should pass through 3 stages. First, the seeker is attracted to the cause. Second, he accepts the cause and is converted to it. Third, he becomes consecrated to that cause. And the 3 stages were summed up by Shoghi Effendi as attraction, conversion, and consecration. I've often thought about this until I read these words of the beloved guardian. He wrote these words about 2 months and a week or so after the passing of Abdul Baha. And Amatul Baha Rohiya Khanum has quoted these words of the beloved guardian in her priceless pearl. January 1922, he wrote, "The time has come for the friends the world over to think not as to how they should serve the cause, but how the cause should be served." There is a subtle difference here between the 2 positions. I would like to read that passage again. The time has come for the friends the world over to think not as to how they should serve the cause, with my emphasis, but how the cause should be served. In the first position, the center is the individual. He says, all right, depending upon my circumstances, I'll see what I can do, and so on and so forth. He becomes the center. The cause must turn around him or her. In the second position, the cause of God is the center, and the individual revolves around, circles around the cause of God to see what it needs at any given time. For this condition to be attained, one has to be in love with the cause of God. It is not anymore enough to believe in the cause of God and recognize the manifestation of God. One should love the manifestation of God. Love me that I may love thee. So recognition by itself seems to be not enough, insufficient. It has to be supported by love. Love for the manifestation of God. We should learn how to love Baha'u'llah. In one of his passages in the Gleanings, Baha'u'llah says, after the recognition of the manifestation of God, the two obligations that follow are steadfastness in his love and obedience to his commands. So you see, it's not only love, but it is steadfastness in one's love for Baha'u'llah, because there are many tests that come our way, and we should be able to withstand these tests and overcome them. And as a result of these tests, our love for Baha'u'llah should intensify. The flame should burn more fiercely. So he says, steadfastness in one's love. This reminds me of a little story that I have made up. This story, however, is based on one of the statements made by Abdul Baha in one of his tablets. And it also reminds me of the well-known prayer of Baha'u'llah, I know not, O my God, what the fire is which thou didst kindle in thy land. And so the story goes like this. Once upon a time, there was a piece of iron buried somewhere in a valley. And a Baha'i teacher passes by and picks up that piece of metal and tells, we have to, of course, at this point, credit this piece of metal with intelligence and with a soul, with a human soul. And so the teacher tells this piece of metal, you know, I want to tell you about the fire which is raging and blazing in the world of existence. Are you interested? He says, yes. He says, let's get along. I'll show you. They walk, and from a distance, they see some smoke. And he says, you see that smoke? Wherever there is smoke, there is fire. And at that point, some teachers are so much in haste that they produce the declaration card and say, well, since you have accepted that there should be some fire, why don't you sign the declaration card? But it's really too soon at that point. So let's get along with the story. The teacher says, this is not enough. Let us approach the fire. And say they walk a little, and now they hear the crackling of the fuel, or if you like, the branches of the trees. He says, do you hear? He says, yes. This is fire. He says, this is not enough. Let's approach it a little bit more. And he sees the flame. Do you see it? Yes, I do. He says, this is not enough. Let's get just a little bit closer. And he feels the warmth. And he's warm himself after being cold. At that point, if he produces a declaration card, it seems to me it's all right. The story is not finished. I'm continuing the thought of Abdul Baha. The teacher says, you know, my friend, let us throw ourselves into the fire. And he accepts. And they jump into the fire. And you know what happens to this metal? This metal, which was dark, suddenly becomes luminous. It changes its color. It sheds off the skin of rust which surrounded it. It becomes luminous like the fire. So much so that it is difficult to distinguish where the metal ends and where the flame begins. This, I think, is consecration. It is this transformation which God expects each one of us to reach and not stop at stage 2, but acquire the qualities of fire so that this fire will burn within us, so that in everything we do, wherever we go, whatever we say, will be a manifestation of that fire, a reflection of that fire. This, I believe, is consecration. This, I believe, is when we put the cause first and not ourselves first. This is when we have our priorities in the right order.
What steps can a person take to become consecrated if they believe in the cause of God but are not consecrated yet?
As to this question of consecration and how to attain consecration, I tell you that it is impossible for us to attain consecration without the help of God. It is a combination between our personal will, the exercise of our personal will, and the confirmations of God. When the two meet, then there is a transformation that takes place. But you need that help of God. It is like asking God to hold your hand. Oh God, hold thou my hand. But supposing your hand is in your pocket and you say, oh God, help thou, guide me, hold thou my hand. Do you think he's going to hold your hand? I'm not God, but I'm telling you, he's not going to hold it. Because it's in your pocket. But bring out your hand, extend it towards him. Pray him, supplicate him, not only with words, but with deeds. Beg him. He will hold your hand and he will guide you for the rest of your lives. Be sure.
Now the Bob blew his trumpet, announcing to the world the time had come. teaching us, teaching us, we are teaching us, we are teaching us until we
Thank you for tuning in. You can contact us at info@oneworldradiostation.org. Wishing you health and happiness. Bye for now. You are listening to OWRS, promoting the oneness of God, oneness of religion, and oneness of humanity.
My home is the home of peace. My home is the home of joy and delight. My home is the home of laughter and exaltation.
Mi hogar es el hogar de la paz. Mi hogar es el hogar de la alegría y el deleite. Mi hogar es el hogar de la risa y el regocijo.
Whosoever enters through the portals of this home must go out with gladsome heart.
This is the home of light.
Whosoever enters here must become illumined. My home is the home of peace.
Mi hogar es el hogar de la paz.
Home is the home of joy and delight. My home is the home of laughter and exaltation. My home is the home of peace.
Thank you for listening to OWRS.
As the life of humanity undergoes a process of profound change, across the globe, followers of Baha'u'llah, in the company of their friends, are striving with great enthusiasm to put into practice his teachings. Working shoulder to shoulder with neighbors and colleagues, they are learning how to build vibrant and prosperous communities. Communities that begin to reflect a united and illumined new world.
The revelation of Baha'u'llah has the power to transform society. For the last many decades, we've been learning how to take that revelation and apply it in order to effect the spiritual and material progress of society. Around 20 years ago, we reached a turning point. A process that started to unfold was the systematic training of individuals to build their capacity in order to be effecting change in their communities.
ធ្វើឲ្យមនុស្សទូទៅបានភាគច្រើនដែលគេបានឆ្លងកាត់ជាឋានហ្នឹងបានធ្វើឲ្យគេបានកសាង សមត្ថភាពរបស់ពួកគេផ្លាស់ប្ដូរពួកគេទៅជាការផ្លាស់ប្ដូររបស់ពួកគេហ្នឹងគឺការជួយទៅដល់អ្នកដទៃការបម្រើទៅដល់អ្នកដទៃ
We have now this tool, this instrument of limitless potentialities that is helping us to develop our capabilities to actually translate what has been written in Baha'u'llah's writings into very practical action. And maybe then the question before us now is how do we bring more and more friends into this process so that together as a collective we can really advance in our capacity.
Vamos a memorizar una cita. Cita de Baha'u'llah es una cita muy bella que nos va a enseñar a tener un corazón puro. Oh, hijo del Espíritu.
Tunashukuru kwa kufika kuona grupe au sikse gani nyo ushapata depuis sa ulianza fungula grupe yako ya baprejeni.
युवा अवस्था भनेको चाहिँ यस्तो अवस्था हो जस्तै कि वसन्तकाल जस्तो हैन त्यो अवस्थामा हामीहरू जे पनि गर्न सक्छौँ चाह्यौँ भने युवाहरू हैन अनि जुन युवा भनेको एउटा निर्भीक सिंह जस्तै हो त्यसकारणले जुन हामी युवाहरू त्यो युवा भइसकेपछि हामीहरू के त आफ्नो समाजको लागि केही न केही राम्रो काम गर्नुपर्नेछ त्यसको जुन राम्रो नैतिक उद्देश्यको बारेमा हामी उनीहरूसँग कुरा गर्न सक्छौँ.
In October 2017, people from every walk of life gathered in homes and halls, parks and universities to celebrate the bicentenary of the birth of Baha'u'llah.
When I think about the bicentenary celebrations, I think one of the things that we've seen is how ready people are now to speak of the life of Baha'u'llah and of his teachings directly, and how ready people are to hear them. And I think that has been a change.
Baha'u'llah ha traído estas herramientas para realmente transformar nuestras vidas individuales y colectivas. El Bicentenario nos llevó a otro nivel de acción colectiva.
As more and more souls learn to apply the Baha'i approach to building vibrant communities, populations around the world are increasingly spurred into action, learning to take charge of their own development.
Baha'u'llah, además de que nos da ese sentido de propósito, ya como individuos, nos indica claramente cómo podemos cumplir ese propósito en base a las interacciones que tengamos con los demás. Uno ve personas, uno ve grupos, uno ve comunidades donde la llegada, ¿no?, de las enseñanzas bahá'ís fue el punto de partida hacia nuevos niveles de mejor calidad de vida.
O ye dwellers in the highest paradise, proclaim unto the children of assurance that within the realms of holiness, nigh unto the celestial paradise, a new garden hath appeared round which circle the denizens of the realm. On high, the immortal dwellers on the exalted paradise. Strive then that ye may attain that station, that ye may unravel the mysteries of love from its wind flowers, and learn the secret of divine and consummate wisdom. From its eternal fruits, solaced are the eyes of those who enter and abide therein. abide therein, abide therein, abide therein, therein.
Thank you for tuning in. You can contact us at info@oneworldradiostation.org.
About the writings of Shoghi Effendi, the guardian of the Baha'i Faith, and it's useful as a quick introduction to what he wrote. Probably the best place to start is to say a little bit about who Shoghi Effendi was. He was, of course, the guardian of the Baha'i Faith, which means he was in charge of it and was the leader of it for a period of time from 1921 to 1957. He was born approximately March 1st, 1897. So when he passed away in 1957, he was 60 years old. His grandfather was Abdu'l-Baha, who was of course, the successor to Baha'u'llah, the prophet of the founder of the faith. Abdu'l-Baha was then the second head of the faith. Abdu'l-Baha had various children, only 4 of whom survived to adulthood, all of whom were daughters. And Shoghi Effendi was the oldest grandson of Abdu'l-Baha and the first child of the oldest daughter of Abdu'l-Baha. So that's where he's from. I should also add that Shoghi Effendi's father was an Afnan. In other words, he was a descendant of the family of the Bab, so that in Shoghi Effendi you had descent both from Baha'u'llah and from the family of the Bab. In 1921, Abdu'l-Baha passed away. Shoghi Effendi, who was 24 years old at the time, was at Oxford University taking courses in order to perfect his English so that he would be a better translator. Of course, he immediately had to hurry back to Haifa in Palestine. There was, of course, no Israel at that time. And in January of 1922, shortly after he arrived, he found out that he had been named the head of the Baha'i Faith, the guardian of the Baha'i Faith, when Abdu'l-Baha's will was first read aloud to a gathering of Baha'is. It was the first time it had been publicly aired, and Shoghi Effendi discovered that he was the head of the faith. His ministry lasted from that point to his passing in 1957, a total of 36 years. His passing was unexpected and was in London on the 4th of November, 1957. His legacy, among other things, is enormous literary output that really is the focus of this presentation today. Now, Shoghi Effendi had his authority to do various tasks for the Baha'i Faith from the Will and Testament of Abdu'l-Baha. The Will and Testament specified certain things that the guardian of the faith, of which Shoghi Effendi was the first and only guardian, specified various things that Shoghi Effendi then took to be his mandate. And just mentioning a few of them, first of all, the Will and Testament of Abdu'l-Baha specified how local and national spiritual assemblies were to be formed, be elected, and that from them the Universal House of Justice, the supreme legislative body of the Baha'i Faith, would be elected. So Shoghi Effendi took this detailed blueprint for producing the Baha'i administrative order as one of his most important mandates, and he labored all of his life to build this set of institutions, immediately asking Baha'is to begin to form local spiritual assemblies, national spiritual assemblies, leading up to the point where a Universal House of Justice can be elected in 1963. These institutions then made it possible to carry out systematic teaching plans, and these teaching plans, of course, were based on another important letter by Abdu'l-Baha, the so-called Tablets of the Divine Plan, a series of 14 letters to the Baha'is of the United States and Canada, penned in 1916 and 1917, where he gave them the mandate of taking the Baha'i faith to the entire world, specifying particular places that the faith should be established, things that they should do, such as learning languages, peoples that they should reach, such as the American Indians. So it's quite an elaborate set of instructions by Abdu'l-Baha And Shoghi Effendi, once he had institutions to organize the effort, then proceeded to systematically take the Baha'i faith to first Latin America, then to Europe, Africa, and to various parts of Asia where it had not yet penetrated. And so Shoghi Effendi did that based on these institutions and based on the Will and Testament and based on the Tablets of the Divine Plan. Finally, the Will and Testament gave Shoghi Effendi the authority to interpret the writings of the Bab, Baha'u'llah, and Abdu'l-Baha. And as such, he was the infallible interpreter, and therefore he was one who, first of all, could translate the writings into English, because he could discern their meaning when it wasn't clear. Second of all, he was one in a position to answer the question, what does this mean? What does this mean? How do we do certain things? Because of this authority that the Will and Testament conveyed upon him. And so, from the point of view of his literary output, this particular aspect of the Will and Testament is very, very important. We have at the archives in Haifa, Israel, 34,000 different documents that came from Shoghi Effendi. Many of them are, the vast majority of them, of course, are letters. Some of them are just simply receipts from contributions, and so the number is inflated to some extent simply because of the large numbers of receipts that he sometimes wrote letters, hand-wrote letters on these receipts, though, so they have sometimes some content directly from him. Altogether, the Baha'i World Center has digitized all these documents, and they total 5 million words. So we have a vast corpus of interpretation of the meaning of the writings of Baha'u'llah and Abdu'l-Baha in these texts. In terms of specific publications, if you were to open up a basic Baha'i bibliography by William Collins, you'll find some, I don't know, perhaps 12 pages of publications of Shoghi Effendi's writings. And no doubt 1,000 years from now, Shoghi Effendi will continue to be a prolific author because people will continue to compile together letters in different arrangements and publish them. So there's a huge number of publications already that have Shoghi Effendi listed as the author. But to look at some of the very specific ones, some of the most important ones, which is what we can do today very briefly. First of all, there's a volume called Baha'i Administration, perhaps 200 pages or so in length, which are letters Shoghi Effendi sent to the Baha'is of the United States and Canada from 1922 to 1932. And this particular volume of letters contain instructions how to first elect local spiritual assemblies and national spiritual assemblies, the details of administration. The Baha'i transliteration system was sent at this particular time. Details on running literature review was in one of these letters. So the letters have a lot of very important guidance about how to build Baha'i institutions. But this particular volume, of course, is a compilation of, I don't know, dozens and dozens of individual letters. Then a series of longer epistles were produced by Shoghi Effendi. Some of them were 20 pages, 30 pages, ultimately as long as 70 or 80 pages in length. And these epistles were either published individually or collected together in volumes. And so you have a sort of second phase in Shoghi Effendi's writing, you might say, which is this phase of writing lengthy works. The World Order of Baha'u'llah, February of 1929, is the first example of this particular phase of writings by Shoghi Effendi. It was then followed a year later with the World Order of Baha'u'llah, Further Considerations. This was an even longer tablet, and Ruhiya Khanum, Shoghi Effendi's widow, identifies that as a kind of turning point in Shoghi Effendi's literary output. It's followed then by The Goal of a New World Order, November of 1931, The Golden Age of the Cause of Baha'u'llah in March of 1932, America and the Most Great Peace in April of 1933. You can see these are coming out 6 to 12 months apart at this point. Then The Dispensation of Baha'u'llah, February of 1934. This is a particularly important letter of perhaps 30 or 40 pages where he defines the basic station of the Bab, Baha'u'llah, and Abdu'l-Baha, and the administrative order, which includes both the guardianship and the Universal House of Justice. So the Dispensation of Baha'u'llah, which some people call Shoghi Effendi's will, or his testament, I should say, his testament, is a sort of detailed treatment of how the Baha'i faith is organized and who these various divine figures at the center of the faith were, who they are in terms of their station and their authority. Then you had one final, these lengthy epistles called The Unfoldment of World Civilization, March of 1936. And all of these different ones, from the first one that I mentioned, The World Order of Baha'u'llah, all the way through The Unfoldment of World Civilization, were compiled together and published in 1938 as a volume of several hundred pages called The World Order of Baha'u'llah. This is a very, very important text for people to read and study, really filled with incredible gems of interpretation and explanation. Then in December of 1938, Shoghi Effendi wrote what may have been his longest letter, The Advent of Divine Justice. And again, it's an extremely important letter, which I won't go into the details about right now. The Promised Day Has Come followed in March of 1941. This is a kind of apocalyptic letter written as World War II had descended upon Europe and East Asia. The United States had not yet joined it, of course, not till December of that year. But nevertheless, it was a very, very dark time in much of the world, and the situation is reflected in the tone of The Promised Day Has Come. In 1944, Shoghi Effendi published the only true book that he had ever written, God Passes By, which is a history of the Baha'i faith from 1844 to 1944. So it was a centenary gift to the Baha'i world by Shoghi Effendi. All these other documents, which are essays, were actually written as letters to the National Spiritual Assembly of the Baha'is of the United States. These earlier ones were all technically letters. Then, after World War II, Shoghi Effendi had less time for writing lengthy things. He was much more busy with just simply running the Baha'i faith because it had gotten more complex, had gotten longer. He had to start hiring staff to help him out in Haifa. In the 50s in particular, Shoghi Effendi had, 6 or 8, 10 people working for him in Haifa, which is not the situation earlier. However, during this later period of time, you also have quite a few letters that Shoghi Effendi produced, and there are large compilations that have subsequently been published of his letters to specific countries or regions. So, for example, here we have a large number of the major large compilations of letters. Citadel of Faith, Messages to America, 1947 to 1957, are the letters Shoghi Effendi wrote basically to the National Spiritual Assembly of the Baha'is of the United States during the last 10 years of his life. Then we have a little tiny publication, I've never seen it actually, Letters from Shoghi Effendi to the Believers of Central America and the Antilles, covering letters from 1949 to 57. Messages of Shoghi Effendi to the Antipodes. These are his letters to Australia and New Zealand primarily. Messages of Shoghi Effendi, the Indian Subcontinent, 1923 to 57. They've compiled all of the major letters he's written either to individuals or to the National Spiritual Assembly of that particular part of the world together into one several hundred-page volume. Messages to the Baha'i World, 1950 to 1957. This is a very important volume. These are letters that he wrote generally to the entire Baha'i world or to all the National Spiritual Assemblies of the Baha'i world. These are the letters where he names people Hands of the Cause of God. He adds to the ranks of the Hands of the Cause of God. He mentions persecution of the situation of the Baha'is in Iran. So there's really quite an important set of letters that are in this particular volume. Messages to Canada are letters that he wrote to either Canadian Baha'is or to the National Spiritual Assembly of the Baha'is of Canada, which was first elected in 1947. The Light of Divine Guidance are 2 volumes of messages to individuals, Baha'i communities, or National Spiritual Assembly of the Baha'is of Germany and Austria. So you have really quite an extensive collection of letters he wrote to that part of the world. These are all in English, however. This Decisive Hour, Messages of Shoghi Effendi to the North American Baha'is, 1932 to 46, contain other important letters that were written before Citadel of Faith, which starts in 1947, and these are letters that were not of the length of the ones that went into World Order of Baha'u'llah, but nevertheless were quite important mostly to the National Spiritual Assembly of the Baha'is of the United States and Canada. Unfolding Destiny, finally, is a collection of letters that Shoghi Effendi wrote to the Baha'is of the British Isles, both individuals and Baha'i institutions. So that gives you some idea of the range of these compilations of letters, and no doubt in the future others will be produced as well. I think there may be one to Alaska, for example, that I don't have listed here because I couldn't find my copy of the book. And there are really quite a lot of letters out there that still have not been collected together and published, or at least not that are currently available, because there have been other collections that were published beside these. Finally, it's worth saying something about the translations that Shoghi Effendi produced. Shoghi Effendi, as I had mentioned, went to Oxford to perfect his English so he could become a translator, and he was the authorized translator. Of course, because of his power to interpret, he could determine exactly what Baha'u'llah or Abdu'l-Baha meant by their texts. And there are many places where Arabic or Persian may have like several different meanings, 3 or 4 or 5 different meanings. This is also typical, of course, of English words. They may have 3 or 4 or 5 different meanings as well. But if you take an Arabic word and you translate it into English using one of the English meanings, you then narrow down or pin down the primary purpose, the primary meaning of that word in the Arabic text as well. As a result, translations into other languages are usually done from the English text primarily. So these are the other things that Shoghi Effendi produced that I have listed here. For example, there's, first of all, of course, he published the Will and Testament of Abdu'l-Baha in 1922, which was, of course, the very document that defined his authority. So he put that out quite quickly. The Kitab-i-Iqan, one of Baha'u'llah's leading texts, which had been available in an earlier translation, then became available for Shoghi Effendi's translation in 1931. He redid the Hidden Words in 1932. He put together Gleanings from the Writings of Baha'u'llah in 1935. This is a collection of something like 186 extracts of texts by Baha'u'llah from different places that Shoghi Effendi selected to publish in this particular volume. Prayers and Meditations came out in 1938. Marvelous, beautiful prayers by Baha'u'llah that are included in that particular text. Epistle to the Son of the Wolf, Baha'u'llah's last major revelation, which he revealed in 1891, was prepared in English translation by Shoghi Effendi in 1941. So those are the major works by Baha'u'llah that Shoghi Effendi translated. He also translated the Dawnbreakers, Nabil's narrative of the early days of the Baha'i revelation in 1932. This was a text that a companion of Baha'u'llah wrote. Baha'u'llah asked him at one point to rewrite it, and so we have various versions of it that had been prepared by Nabil, one of which I think was more or less the final version had actually been stolen, and so Shoghi Effendi had to reconstruct from the various manuscripts the best text and translate that into English, and this of course appeared in English in 1932. It's a magnificent account of the growth of the Baha'i faith from the time of the Bab, 1844, actually a little earlier with the Sheikhis in the earlier 1840s, all the way up to about the 1850s. Shoghi Effendi also encouraged the publication and translation of Baha'u'llah in the New Era, which was a kind of basic textbook that was written partly during the time of Abdu'l-Baha. Abdu'l-Baha actually read and approved some of the chapters, and it then first appeared in 1922 or 23, and it has been retranslated, translated into about 100 languages, so it's really quite widely available now across the world. So these are the various works that Shoghi Effendi either wrote himself or he translated, and it gives you some idea of the vast legacy that he offers us. And the Wilmot Institute offers courses on most of the collections of major essays by Shoghi Effendi, and of course many of the courses on the writings of Baha'u'llah.
He was born in the springtime the end of the winter, nurtured with love on his grandfather's knee, a wave of the ocean, a shell of great splendor, the most priceless pearl we'll ever see. And he wanted so much to work hard, and he wanted so much to please. Sent far away to finish his schooling, a telegram came returning him home. Born to a station he may not have chosen, he carried a mountain the rest of his days. And he wanted so much to work hard, and he gave so much on the way. Who trained the trees in the meadow? Who cleared the paths on the hill? Who placed the flowers in the garden? The guardian, the guardian. Do 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 do. Each quarter, the kindness of his heart, sharing each year, compassion embroidered with love on his forehead, their petals and scent kissed everyone near. And he wanted so much to work hard, and he wanted so much to share. Who trained the trees in the meadow? Who cleared the paths on the hill? Who placed the flowers in the garden? The guardian, the guardian.
Wishing you health and happiness. Bye for now.